So I am from Flemington, New Jersey. It's the western part of the state of New Jersey, and native born New Jerseyan. So I've been here all my life, of course. So yeah. All right. Well, welcome everyone. This is Helidon SE. This is, as you know, a 2-day course, and we'll go over the agenda in a minute or so. Yep. All right, so I'd like to start off by introducing myself. I'm Michael Redlich. I have a computer science degree from Rutgers University. I have been working for ExxonMobil Research and Engineering since 1989. So I'm coming up on 33 years with the company. The research petrochemical organization verbiage there refers to, potentially having to submit a document clearance. So it's just safer to just to put that there in writing. So in my my spare time, I do a lot of work in the Java community. I've been writing for InfoQ since 2016, and mainly in the Java space. I am the lead editor for the Java space right now. I've been doing that for just over a year. Since 2001, I've been facilitating a Java user group here in central New Jersey that is currently the Garden State Java user group. So that is our website there. If you're ever interested, we have our next meeting coming up a week from today with Andres Almaray. This was once the Amateur Computer Group of New Jersey, or ACG&J Java Group, until we decided to create our own nonprofit organization, and so which was in October of 2020. So we're coming up on 2 years under the new rebrand of the Garden State Java Group. One of the couple of things that we've done so far is to be a contributing member to the MicroProfile working group, and I'll talk a little bit about that as we go along today. We've also adopted the Jakarta NoSQL specification, and there's a new specification known that is just getting underway, known as Jakarta Data. And you can think of that as a specification that will cover both NoSQL and SQL type databases. So I plan on, adopting that as well. So, so this has been, 22 years running a Java group here in New Jersey. So it is a passion of mine. When we went nonprofit, we have 4 co-directors, we have 3 leaders, and we have advisors from various places to excuse me, to advise us on how to proceed and increase membership and things like this. So it's been a great work with everybody on the leadership team. I'm committer on the Jakarta data specification. I put there the NoSQL specification. I know there was a vote to have me be a committer for that. I have been contributing to the NoSQL specification. And then ever since the beginning thereabouts, I've been on the leadership council of the Jakarta EE ambassadors, in case you're not familiar with them. This was once the Java EE guardians. And I can talk about that in a little bit more so. It's basically, we try to advocate for Jakarta EE and get the word out there. So that's our main intent for doing that. Okay. All right, so just a couple of prerequisites, just some simple ones. I mean, some fundamental knowledge of Java, proficiency in using a Java IDE of some kind, depending on which one is your preference. So you see the 4 main IDEs out there. I'll be using IntelliJ IDEA. We expect some proficiency in object-oriented programming and some experience with Maven and Git. All right, so what you'll learn today. So Helidon, MicroProfile, Jakarta EE, and Graal VM. And so today will be, you know, a lot of background information along with some hands-on exercises to learn how to get going on some of these frameworks. This is a Helidon SE course, so why MicroProfile, Jakarta E, and GraalVM? Well, Helidon itself is comes in two programming models, and one of them involves MicroProfile, and there's also some dependencies on Jakarta EE, and you can also convert your Helidon applications into native code with GraalVM. And accordingly, we'll build some microservices with Helidon, MicroProfile, and Jakarta EE, and build some independent REST services. Also, there's tomorrow you'll learn more about MicroStream and the Java Persistence API. So there'll be at least an hour or so of background information on that. We'll talk a little bit about security and building and deploying your microservices. So this isn't all today. This is basically, you know, for both days. So as far as an agenda, this is today. Introduction, a lot like you see the word introduction there quite a bit. Helidon, MicroProfile, Jakarta EE, reactive programming, GraalVM. And then we'll get started using Helidon SE today. So we'll talk about the various ways that you can get going on that. And we'll also convert a Helidon application to native code using GraalVM. Then we'll have a summary at the end and just some acknowledgements, and we'll go from there. Does that, you know, does that sound like a plan? And this is always one of those great questions to ask when in-person meetings. So tomorrow, as I mentioned earlier, you'll get an introduction to MicroStream, and then we'll discuss in more detail these various components. Now, there are a bunch of components that make up both Helidon SE and Helidon MP, and that would take an entire week to go through all that. So I chose the more common ones and the more that, you know, ones I think that are, you know, relevant. You know, web server, web client, config, and security are the big ones. And then along the way, we have metrics, health checks, reactive messaging, reactive streams, GraphQL, and a DB client. Okay. And the same thing, we'll have a summary and acknowledgements at the end on day 2. All right. Guess we'll just use the chat. I was going to try my hand at a poll, but I haven't do that. So first poll is, what is your level of experience with Helidon? Of course, I can't see the chat, can I? So these are the 4 options. Perhaps, you know, folks can actually just chime in real quick. Oh, wait, here we go. I can see the chat. Oh, there we go. Oh, I've heard of it. No idea. Okay. Working knowledge using it 6 months. Okay, thank you. So JavaPro, that's not fair. Yeah. Okay. All right, good. Good. So it's for the most part, I think this is you know, pretty much beginners. This is good. I'm glad to hear that, because there's a lot of information. There's a lot to know. I always feel that it's important for you, you know, to really know what's going on, you know, background wise in any of these technologies. So that's part of the intent of today. So thanks for your input on that. So I saw somebody put a star. That was pretty cool. I didn't know you could do that. Okay. Thank you for that. That's first. All right, so some logistics for today. We'll take some frequent breaks. Since everybody is, you know, outside the United States, I don't know what how people feel about taking a longer lunch break. I was planning on doing breaks roughly 10 minutes. But if you know, since it's probably lunchtime or beyond, you know, if you want to take a 30-minute break, just let me know, maybe in the chat, and we can plan accordingly. It's after 5 a.m. here, but I'm sure in Europe it's, you know, roughly what, I guess noontime, 1 o'clock, that kind of thing. So I can, oh wait, couldn't see the chat again. Yeah. All right. All right. So, and then as I mentioned earlier, we'll have some hands-on exercises. One thing that's important, since I'm using Helidon 3, is to ensure that JDK 17 is installed. I still have by default Java 11, and of course I can can change that quickly. We'll have some Q&A at the end, but please, if you have a burning question, please ask right away. And let's have some fun. Let's here we go. I guess the chat comes up when somebody enters something. So, oh, can we work with JDK 11? I can try to let's accommodate that. We'll use an earlier version of Helidon. So thank you for that, Anshul. So, okay.
Okay, I'll try to install JDK 17 then. Okay.
You can try to install it?
I'll try to install it right away because in the last 6 months or so, I've been working with 2.4 and 2.5. Right? So yeah, I'll try to get JDK 17.
Yeah, so Helidon 3 just came out like in July, so it's not even 2 months, so since it's been released. So so I can, and that's something I didn't think of until you just mentioned it. But all right, we'll keep that in mind, and I could quickly change JDK versions, on my command line. So awesome. Any thoughts on lunch? Longer break, for 30 minutes maybe, or is that too much, or does anybody would prefer to just keep going through? Well, let me know. So okay, so all right, so introduction to Helidon. So the image right here is a swallow bird, or the logo for Helidon, and the reason I mention that is because Helidon is a Greek word for a swallow, that kind of bird, as you'll see in this bullet right here. It is a lightweight Java microservices framework that Oracle released or first introduced to the Java community in September 2018. So essentially 4 years ago. And like a lot of other microservices frameworks, this is a set of Java libraries for that purpose. And this was originally named J4C, or other words, Java for Cloud. I don't know why it changed, but that's something I can ask Dmitry Kornilov, who is actually one of the creators of Helidon, and so I can try to ask him that at some point. I referenced this earlier. There are two programming models, or a lot of times you'll see this as two programming flavors, or two flavors of Helidon, and Helidon SE, which is standard edition, and Helidon MP, which is for MicroProfile. So of course, we're focusing on SE in this 2-day course, but I still feel it's important to understand some of the basics of MicroProfile, because the components, there are MicroProfile related components in Helidon SE. So, things like fault tolerance and a lot of good stuff. So Helidon was designed to be, simple and fast and observable and resilient. So you can, resilience there, that's the fault tolerance, observable, the microservices, the, open tracing, and, things like this. Full support for MicroProfile. Should put Jakarta EE in there as well. GraalVM and persistence. And okay, there is a reactive web server in here. I'm not quite sure if that was from day one. Web server, with Helidon 1 may have been non-reactive, but I think as the Helidon evolved, it became, they made it a reactive server. And the current version is 3.0.1, and as I mentioned earlier, July this year is when 3.0 was released. Yep. Okay. All right. This is the Helidon landscape. This is an older image. I think there's a newer one out there, but I think this one is actually a little nicer. It gives you a better idea of the interaction with everything, you know, among the different programming flavors, and also the Oracle Cloud integrations, which has actually evolved to more than just that. So you can see on the left-hand side, the reactive server. It is based on Netty, and you'll learn more about that tomorrow. There's security config. There was a new web client that came out with the release of Helidon 2.0, which was about 2 years ago. And with Helidon MP, you know, you have the various microprofile type specifications that are implemented. You know, JAX-RS, JSON processing, and context and dependency injection, just to get an idea. And I always liked that Oracle did this. They actually place the two programming models, you know, among other frameworks. And you can see on the right where Helidon fits in. You know, the MP version is, you know, with the Open Liberty Payara and Thorntail. And interestingly, Thorntail used to be Wildfly Swarm. For those of you may remember that. This was from Red Hat. They renamed it Thorntail. One of the other editors actually wrote a news piece on the name change, and with Bob McWhirter, who's a Red Hat employee, did some Q&A with him on that. But what the interesting story about Thorntail is, it started out well, but in the meantime, Quarkus was being developed. So in early 2019, and for those of you may be familiar with Quarkus, that was released, and it just, I mean, I've never seen a technology, you know, just explode, as it were, so fast. It was so popular, I mean, pretty much right away. So like, this is an older graph here, so, but just wanted to mention the Thorntail and Quarkus relationship there. And then SE is, you know, along the lines with Micronaut. That is another web services framework that was released, I think, slightly earlier than Helidon, I think early part of 2019. Graham Rocher, who was with Object Computing at the time, was one of the lead developers on that technology, and he's with Oracle now. So you can see where that fits in. So this is you know, this is gives you a good idea where everything fits together. All right, Helidon and the Java community. Some of the things I've noticed over the last, you know, 4 years now is how, you know, Helidon is done a number of things with that. First of all, you know, Graal VM, with the shortly after release of Helidon 1.0, they came as a 1.01 that introduced support for Graal VM. Now we'll talk about Graal VM a little later today. But it is a way to convert your any kind of Java application. It doesn't have to be Helidon, but you can convert your application to native code. So so that was support for that. Now, interestingly, there Helidon SE was the only support for converting you know, to a native code. So Helidon SE applications. Helidon MP was originally not supported because the use of reflection in the application there. So, but that changed, I believe, with version 2. I have to go back and look at that. You know, because you can interact with databases. You know, Helidon supported the Java persistence architecture, JPA. And then I guess that's evolved now into the Jakarta persistence specification. We'll talk more about a lot of that in the Jakarta IDE. And again, related to to databases, there's support for Micronaut data, you know, for interacting with your databases. There's support for Kotlin in IntelliJ to actually convert an app to a Helidon app in Java into Kotlin. which is kind of interesting. I have not tried this yet. That's something that I have read, but this is something you can do in IntelliJ IDEA. So, and then also MicroStream is integrated into Helidon. That came along more recently. And then everybody, I'm sure, remembers the infamous day on December 9th last year when the log4 shell vulnerability was discovered. I know friends of mine that were up days and nights and trying to secure their application. Helidon's position was that by default, we don't have log4j, or log4j2, I should say, in their applications. However, you can add it, and their position was to, yes, if you'd like to use it, make sure you upgrade to, it was 2.17, I think it was at the time, and it's gone up since then. I think it's 2.18 now for log4j. So, and then Helidon is integrated into IntelliJ IDEA at the moment, and the details escape me right now, but I could look that up during one of the breaks. Okay, just a quick release history to see how, where things have evolved over the past 4 years. The initial initial release of Helidon 0.10.0 4 years ago at this time. So it didn't take long to get a 1.0 released in February of 2019. And you can see right there, 1.1 through 1.4 through all of 2019. And then, over the past 2 years, 2.0 through 3.0, to, all the different versions there. So I'm going to cover only the major versions, 1, 2, and 3. I can provide more information if anybody's interested, and on the minor versions if anybody wants to know about what was released there. All right, so Helidon 1.0, as you saw in the table in the last slide, it was released February 2019. There was greater API stability, from when it was initially kicked off. It was support for MicroProfile 1.2, which I think at the time was a little bit behind. I think that at least MicroProfile was around 2.0 at the time. And then there was support for the Java API for JSON binding. And this was one of the JSRs, I forget which one, I think 367. And, before it evolved to Jakarta JSON binding, which is, Jakarta EE versus Java EE. We'll talk about that as well. And the support was in the web server component. And also, similarly, the JSON processing library, or JSON-P. It's 1.03 was the patch release in April 2019. That was the Graal VM support. Helidon 2.0, just over 2 years ago, and the baseline was JDK 11 and Jakarta EE 8. And so it's this was the new web client component that was introduced. So this kind of rounded out, web server. There was security and config at the time, and this web client kind of rounded out all that, right? So we have a server, client and server, that kind of thing. And also support for reactive messaging and reactive streams. There's a new command line utility that we'll actually have an exercise in doing later today. There's, I mentioned this earlier, Graal VM support for Helidon MP. And again, we were able to overcome, to create a native executable from, with the use of reflection in Helidon MP components. The details of which I don't remember. Again, I can look that up as well. So. And then there's support for the Jakarta WebSocket specification and cross-origin resource something cores. Should have written that out, but that's in that case, that was support for that. And there was an improved discovery of JAX RS applications. So of course, REST, REST is huge for, a lot of the microservices development. And then of course, just a couple months ago, Helidon 3.0 was released. And this is what we were talking about earlier, JDK 17 and Jakarta EE 9.1 are the baseline for that. And then support for MicroProfile 5, which was released December of last year. And the MicroProfile working group is on the verge of releasing 6.0, which I think scheduled for next month. Right now, we're in the process of approving the newer versions of the various specs that are in MicroProfile. So we'll learn more about that, of course. And then there was an improved routing API, for endpoints in Helidon SE. Any questions? Thought I'd take a quick breather here.
I might have a small question, Michael.
Yeah.
So recently, after testing with my folks, is it a good suggestion that we migrate from 2.5 to 3.2?
Yeah, I think that depends on what you're using. Because the baseline is JDK 17. If I don't know how many organizations have migrated up to that and Jakarta EE 9.1. I was testing something before this started today, and like I said earlier, the JDK 11 was the default, and it wouldn't run. So so I think that's the big question to ask if you want to upgrade to 3.0.
Okay, so in one of my experiments, right, I have had problems with the Netty server, right? That comes with Helidon. So there we use HTTP servers that are in Vertex, Vert.x, right? And we are trying to port our clients to Helidon, right? Now there are requests which are like giving us warnings on the Vertex end. Because there is a clash in Netty versions, right? So I just want to be like, and everything as of now runs on JDK 11. So
Right.
that is why I asked that question, right?
So, but my speakers are old. I have to apologize, and perhaps I should put in some kind of some headphones to better hear for myself. And plus, I have my own hearing issues. Let me see. Should work.
Is my voice clear to you, or should I use my headsets?
Okay. All right. Can you hear me now, or?
Yeah, I can hear you. You were clear earlier also.
Oh no. Okay, this isn't working. All right, the headphones aren't working, so that wasn't a good idea. Can you perhaps write your question in the chat, and I can be easier for me.
Sure, I'll do that.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, my Mac is about 9 years old, so and it's running well, and I just my speakers crack or crackle, have a crackle in them, and especially when I have it on full volume. So while you're writing that up, I'll keep going a little bit here. So, oh, okay. Oh, here's the chat question. All right, perfect. There you got 3 now. Good. Time to buy an M2. Yes. So, all right. All right. Thank you. All right. So, what is your level with MicroProfile? And there's the same answers there. If you wouldn't mind writing that in the chat. Okay, we got somebody so far. Okay. Oh, working knowledge, good. Okay. Anybody else? Okay, everybody's a bit shy this morning, I guess. Oh, here we go. Some experience, Amir, thank you. Oh. Okay, working knowledge, good. Okay, okay. All right. Awesome, awesome. So I'm glad I won't be giving you background information that you already know, you know, so that's a good thing. So. Yep. All right. So this is MicroProfile, and we're going to spend the next. We'll have a hands-on exercise on that as well. So. All right. So back in 2016, well, even before that, Oracle was, you know, dragging their feet with Java EE 8, and I think that went back to, I think even after release of Java EE 7 around, I think 2013, I think thereabouts, if I remember rightly. I'd have to go back and look. But so in early 2016, I guess the Java community was, you know, basically a bit, you know, fed up with this stagnated efforts, you know, for Java EE 8. So the Java EE ambassadors, which I mentioned earlier, was a direct response to that. But at the same time was the creation of MicroProfile. And this was an initial set of vendors that got together, and it was, as you see there, IBM, Red Hat, Tommy Tribe, and Payara, you know, to actually come up with a microservices type API for enterprise Java. And at the time, there really wasn't a lot of effort in microservices in Java itself. So it was at the Dev Nation conference in late May 2016 where this was initially announced. And you know, I think I have slides on when you know, the history of that. But version 1.0 was, I think, in September at Java 1 in 2016, and so on. So the current version is 5, and as I mentioned earlier, that was out in this early December of last year. And then, of course, version 6 is scheduled to be released next month. So that'll be exciting. Oops. Okay. So you need to also know about the MicroProfile working group. Now, you know, so MicroProfile was working for, you know, roughly 4 years independently. They were on their own at first, but in late 2016, they joined the Eclipse Foundation. So the Eclipse Foundation, you know, let them, you know, keep developing as they were. But then the whole idea of the Eclipse working groups came about. And there are a number of them right now. So MicroProfile is one of them, Jakarta EE. There's one for Adoptium, which is the Adopt OpenJDK, and OSGI is another one, and so on. There's a number of them. So, and the founding members of the working group, not MicroProfile, all, you know, included the same. A lot of the same folks from when they created MicroProfile, but you know, so you had IBM, Payara, Red Hat, Jelastic, and the Atlanta Java User Group. And the MicroProfile certification process is explicitly, you know, laid out right here. I'm not going to go through it all here, but you know, there's a whole process by which you know, you put out reviews for, you know, for creation plans, you know, process, the whole thing, and you know, release review. So usually I get an email, since I'm on the MicroProfile working group, you know, 14 days to vote on, you know, the latest, either the, you know, the actual MicroProfile itself or individual specifications. Oops, okay. Where are we? There we go. All right. These are the current MicroProfile working group members, and you can see my the logo for the Garden State group. You know, so this is our 2nd year participating in this. The Atlanta Java group is still there. There's a set of committers, Fujitsu, you know, and so on. A third Java group is iJug out of Germany. And then Oracle joined, and I should note that Microsoft also joined in here within the last month or so. And so they also joined the Jakarta EE working group. So that's something I'll need to update at some point. But you can see this is a good, a good mix of Java groups and organizations that are working together to advance MicroProfile. Okay. All right, so these are the current set of specs for MicroProfile 5. So the core, as I like to call it, are the ones in the 12 that are here. And so the original 3, I think we'll talk about that, are right here: context and dependency injection, JSON-P, and JAX RS. And these were considered the minimal specifications to write a MicroProfile based microservices based application. All right. And then along the way, so these were actually based on various JSRs, and I have some slides on how that evolved. And then along the way, the community itself developed the rest of these. So config came first after those original 3, and then you had fault tolerance metrics, Java web tokens or JSON web tokens, one of those, authentication, and then the health checks. And then later on came open tracing, open API, and REST client. I'll mention it now. I don't know if I have a slide on it later. Open tracing is going to probably go away. The open telemetry, so it's going to be called MicroProfile telemetry, is going to replace that. And telemetry was a merger of open tracing and open census that happened about, I want to say, 2 years ago. So that's why the MicroProfile working group decided to adopt the open telemetry specification. So that's a little bit of history on that. Jakarta annotations was added later on, and then along the way, these outside the umbrella here. So I guess these were all decided before we joined. So I don't necessarily sure why, but these specifications here are standalone, but that doesn't mean you can't use them in your applications. So you got the reactive messaging and streams operators, context propagation, GraphQL, and then LRA is long-running actions. So this is this is pretty much everything that makes up MicroProfile 5. So CDI 4 will be next, and part of 6, and so on and so on. So. Nope, we got something in the chat here. Yes, I believe so. For open tracing, yes, Zipkin and Jaeger, I think, are the 2 that I'm familiar with for open tracing. Now, I don't know how that's going to affect open telemetry, but I can try to find out. Okay, so just a good talk about the original 3. So CDI. Okay. Oh, cool. Thank you. So, oops, go back. All right. So context and dependency injection was, one of the first 3 specifications in MicroProfile 1. All right. And this manages the life cycle of components through a type-safe injection. Essentially, that's what you do. The @inject annotation, which I'm sure all of you have seen in various source code, whether it's something on a GitHub repository and so on and so on. So that's what the CDI is. And the current version is 3, and I believe version 4 will be in MicroProfile 6. All right, so it's kind of interesting. When I first started writing about that and started getting to know MicroProfile itself, I was using JSR 365 was the Java specification request number for CDI. However, when back in the day, it was before Java EE 8 was released. And so this was 2016. So Java EE 8 came out in, I believe, August, September timeframe. But MicroProfile 1 was, as they were developing it, they were actually using JSR 346, which was under Java EE 7. Thanks. So I've got that clarification, right? And then with MicroProfile 2, they went ahead to the newer version, which was CDI 2.0 with under the JSR 365, and that was, of course, part of Java EE 8. Now, MicroProfile 4 was completely different because by then, we had Jakarta EE, all right, and now they use the context and dependency injection specification under Jakarta EE 8. All right. Now, one thing to note here is Java EE 8 and Jakarta EE 8 are essentially the same. And that the intent of that was to just, have a new version, but it's open source as opposed to proprietary. All right. So there'll never be a Java EE 9. So Oracle will still support Java EE 8 for organizations that still use it. But Jakarta EE is on the verge of releasing version 10, I think hopefully sometime this month. So that's sort of a little history there between the two. Now MicroProfile 5 uses CDI 3 under Jakarta EE 9.1. All right. And the difference there is the use of the JavaX namespace, which was still a proprietary brand from Oracle. And that's another reason for the name change. So there was a community vote to choose a new name for Enterprise Edition Java, and Jakarta was the one that was the most popular. So Jakarta EE 9 was a release that what they called the Big Bang, which was to replace or migrate anything with JavaX artifacts, or the namespace itself to Jakarta. So that was the difference there. And then MicroProfile 6, as I've mentioned already, will be under Jakarta EE 10. So. All right, and also MicroProfile 1 was JSON processing, and so if anybody's used JSON like Jackson or one of the other way to process. All right, so this processes JSON messages, so JavaScript object notation, I think JSON, that produce and consume stream JSON text, and then binding them with Java objects. So. And similarly here, we don't, obviously have to go through all the detail that I did in CDI, but these were all the different JSRs and the Jakarta, specifications under that. Third then is Jakarta RESTful Web Services, and this obviously uses the representational state transfer or REST architectural pattern. So a lot of your, endpoints that are developed, are RESTful Web Services. Okay, support for that. And of course, the same thing here with how it evolved in MicroProfile. So with the JSR numbers and so on and so on. So it's kind of an interesting, how all these three initial specifications evolved over the past 4 years. All right, so the next specification is config, and that was the very first, community developed specification. So in MicroProfile 1.1, it was first introduced, and this is essentially, for all intents and purposes, this is a way to manage configurations. You can get them from environmental variables, system properties, or property files. A lot of the property files by default are, there's a microprofile-config.properties file. You can use application.properties. You can even use Fred.properties if you'd like. And so by default, though, I think it looks for microprofile-config.properties file. So, and you can externalize configuration and inject configuration values at runtime. So this is basically a way to, externalize your environment configurations so that you don't have to repackage or rebuild and go through the software development lifecycle. So there are, for example, you want to have your application in development mode versus production mode. You can do that, and those kinds of things. You can define, your URLs for different databases and so on. And I think we'll look at a couple of examples. If I don't have them here, I can show you, something I have on my GitHub repo. Fault tolerance, first introduced in MicroProfile 1.2. So this was the fault tolerance was the first of 4 new specifications in MicroProfile 1.2. And this is a way to build resilience in your application. So, something goes severely wrong, there's a way you can recover nicely. And you have these annotations that are, based just on their name, you can see what they do, right? So timeout, of course, if you can define that if this microservice doesn't perform this operation in a given period of time, and then, you handle it accordingly. You can retry, something doesn't work, retry it. You can specify the maximum number of retries, for example. You can have the fallback, which is an alternative solution for a failed execution. Bulkhead, which prevents a system overload or an indefinite wait. That's obviously not fun, right? And then circuit breaker, I think that's I love the name of this because, if, electricity, right? You have circuit breakers in your house and it's the same kind of thing, so you can isolate a failure and then allow the rest of your application to function. Metrics was the second of those 4, right? And this provides, a lot of monitoring for your application. It defaults to Prometheus format. You can specify JSON if you'd like, and it has a lot of annotations, that you can use. So the counted annotation, you can, as a counter, all right, mark a method or something, something you have a counting of some kind. Gauge, something that's metered, all right, that's marks a method or constructor as metered or tracks how frequently it's called. There's timed, which was a newer, I believe, timed was a newer annotation in a later version of metrics, but that marks a metric or a constructor as timed and tracks how long you have those invocations. And then metric itself, and that's where you define the metric, what you want. Now under that, there's things like you can do histograms, things like this. One of my contributions to Tom EE by Tommy Tribe is an example of how to do a histogram. So that was fun little project to contribute. Okay. Next is JWT. So yeah, JWT is JSON Web Token, not Java Web Token. So so basically, it's a authentication on authorization system that includes a set of standards for interoperability. Don't know if I have no, I don't. I should have included that. The standard token has 3 sections. It's the header, the body, and I think the signature. And it's, it's all separated by a dot. And I know I attended a formal JWT talk at Code One 3 years ago that really gave you all the details on that. It's pretty interesting how all that works. And so, so that's there's support for that. So you can add that type of security into your application with JWT propagation. So, and then health was introduced. So this basically says, all right, you can there's a health /health endpoint, and that can give you some default, I guess, properties of your application. And one of them is called up, that it's up and running, and you can actually customize that, right? So so if it's not running, then it'll shut down that particular microservice and spin up a new one. So it makes that determination. Hey, is this thing going to crash? And if so, let's stop it and create a new one. And hopefully without having to interrupt, the application itself. So, and you see there, you got annotation, the health annotation, and there's an interface known as health check that you must implement to override the call method. You see some examples of that. All right. Open tracing, and there was a question on that. So, this was this was introduced to MicroProfile 1.3. So you can trace JAX RS methods, and I think one of you mentioned that using Jaeger or Zipkin, right? I think you definitely need to use that with open tracing. So yeah, and so you trace the flow of a request across different boundaries. There's a thing known as a span, and customized spans. So yeah, there's an @traced annotation that'll enable and disable tracing of a particular method. A tracer object to create customized spans may also be injected, and the third-party distributed tracing system, is required. Okay. All right. So if I could just be excused for 1 minute, I just need to do a time check, and I'll be right back. Okay. All right. Thank you. Yeah, I just had to take care of something. All right. So next is the Open API, and this was introduced to MicroProfile 1.3, and provides a set of interfaces and programming models to produce Open API documents from JAX RS applications. Now, you generally, when you build a lot of these build tools, whether it's MicroProfile or Helidon, you automatically get a built-in, Open API REST endpoint, and and then sometimes I think if you have something running, you can do Open API /UI, and then you'll get the browser interface from all that. All right, so that's very useful. You can take a look at how that will work. All right, so yeah, Open API endpoints automatically generated, right? So and it's a consistent language agnostic interface to RESTful APIs. So, all right, REST client, and this is a type-safe approach to invoke RESTful services, over the HTTP protocol, essentially. Okay, and I didn't mention JSON-B earlier, only because that was introduced in MicroProfile 2. And this is, a binding layer for converting Java objects to and from JSON messages. So it's like a serialization, right? And so again, this is based on Jakarta JSON binding currently, but similarly to the other three, and there's no MicroProfile 1, so it's 2, same kind of idea here. But this case, Java EE8 is using the Java EE8 version at the time, and then so on. All right, Jakarta annotations with MicroProfile 4.1, which was I guess early last year, I think so. So this is a collection of annotations that represent a common set of semantic concepts, right? So so that you can create use declarative style of programming, right? All right, and there's a microprofile starter. So this came out with the release of MicroProfile 2.2 in February of 2019. And you may be familiar with some of the other existing starter pages I have listed here. Spring initializer, right? Where you can do, you can choose, well, it's Spring. It's interesting. They have Kotlin and Groovy here, right? You can use Maven or Gradle, and then different versions, right? So same thing with Jakarta starter. We'll talk about Jakarta starter later, and then Quarkus, since we don't cover Quarkus, right? So this is a little bit different. It's the same kind of thing. You can create your group IDs, artifact IDs, choose your build tools, all that, but they got just a whole, I mean, a whole list of things from which to choose, to download and generate your application. So it's really fun. Oh, I'm out of, no, I guess not. Yeah. All right. Oh, there we go. Now we're back there. All right. So the MicroProfile starter page looks like this. And we're going to do an exercise in this. And then after the exercise, we'll take our first break. And so, so by default, you have your default values. You can actually override that, whatever you want, and then same thing here. So we'll talk about that, because some things change depending on your MicroProfile, runtime selection and things like this. So this is our first exercise. So, all right. So the MicroProfile starter web page is the URL you see right there. And if you want to take a few minutes, and I can do that along with you as well. So you want to choose your group ID or choose a default, or type in your own. Same thing with the artifact ID. You choose your MicroProfile version. And this is a little kind of out of order, but I did this the way, depending, your, so the Java SE version does not show up until after you select, I think, your runtime. So, and even perhaps your MicroProfile version. But the only runtime that's available is Open Liberty. I don't know why the others aren't supported, like Payara or Tommy, or others, for example. And with Java 17 being out now for quite some time, it's only Java 8 or Java 11. And then you can choose your specific MicroProfile specifications and then click on download. So let's see. Okay. Yeah, let me cover this real quick and we'll do everything at one time. So depending on what your artifact ID or whatever it is, or whatever you choose, you change directory into your folder name. And then there are two services, depending on what you select. There's a service A folder and a service B folder. So you can, execute these commands to run both services together. All right. Ah, yes. All right. So let me do that. Get out of this, and we'll go to the profile starter. Okay. All right. So I'm just going to use the defaults here, and you can follow along with me. And if you haven't already done so, so you can have all these different versions available. So here's MicroProfile 5. Oops, I didn't want to do that. So if you, I did this the other day. Depending on where you click, it actually brings you to the GitHub repository. So, so MicroProfile 5. We'll choose Maven. Then you'll see here the Java SE version isn't activated yet. All right, so let me choose the runtime. And Open Liberty, as I mentioned, is the only one. Now you see this drop-down box be available now. So we'll choose Java 11. And then here are all so we'll select all the different, you can get an idea of what these do here. And then GraphQL. All right. And then what you do is then say download. All right. So I got demo.zip. All right. So I may have about 50 of these demos. so demo.zip, np demo 3, we'll do that. So we'll go on the command line. All right. Okay, and let's make directory MP demo 3, I think, right? Demo 3. All right. So then we'll move .zip to MP demo 3. Okay. CD. Okay. All right. So now we'll have our zip file. Then of course we'll just unzip. Whoops. Okay. All right. All right. So now you see what we have is there's a demo folder. All right. So that's by default. So if you chose Fred or Charlie or something like that, then you'll see that folder. So that's why I was mentioning in the slides that you change directory into that. So that's what we'll do. So CD demo. All right. And then you can see here well, there's a README, of course, and that gives you information about that and service A and service B. So we'll go to service A first. Okay, and then we'll MVN clean. I don't think we have to say package. You can say package, right? Compile, and then Liberty. I think that you can do Liberty Dev, Liberty Run. I'm not 100% sure, but I think Liberty Dev you can do changes. Those hot changes. But so we can just do Liberty Run. Let's see what that does. So experiment a little bit today. I like to make things break sometimes, because things always go wrong with live demos, right? Okay, so it'll take a few seconds here. Is it running? I guess it is. No, it should say it. Yeah, at some point it does give you all the endpoints. Oh, wait, here it goes. All right, there we go. Now it's still better. Okay, yeah, here are the endpoints I mentioned right here. So it's the port, it's port 9080. You can see all these that are available. Okay, demo server is ready to run. Is ready to run a smarter planet. Isn't that cute? So all right. So demo server has started, and okay. So you can do things like this. So localhost 9080, right? So what this gives you is there's an index HTML file that has all this information in it. We can actually open this up in IDEA in a few minutes. But from there, you have some of the endpoints that I mentioned in here. So hello Jax RS will give you hello world. I'm not sure if it did this. If you can do /Mike. No, it doesn't. Okay, that's on the Helidon greeting. You can look up injected values, and you can set where it gets that in a minute. Fault tolerance, I think if I remember correctly, it didn't give much of a timeout, maybe a couple seconds. Yeah, I think I tried a higher value and it worked. I mean, you can notice it a little bit more easily. Here's the health status, and this one has some custom stuff, right? So in JSON here, so this is the health endpoint, right? It has data that startup is true. The name that's been given, the status is up, and so on. And there's also liveness and readiness that came out in newer versions of health specification. So that's why you see live and ready here. So data is live, and then it's ready to go. So if you had a default health, I think you'd only see the status that it's up, that kind of thing. What else? And here's a timed endpoint from metrics. Okay, request is using, okay, check with metrics call. Just regular metrics. Nope. Ugh. Look at that. Yep, there we go. So this is your set of metrics in Prometheus format. All right. So I guess this is easy enough to, to parse with, with something here, because you have your hashtags, and it's just, all kinds of information you didn't really know existed about your application. All right. This doesn't work, so I think you have to do some extra stuff. So it's, gonna say it's not working. So takes a little bit of a, so Open API. If you click on that, all right. So this is information in Open API. It gives you, the info, the servers that are running. Oh, there is a port 9443. We can try what that did. I forget. Different paths. So this is, against what they saw as documents right here. All right. And it gives you all the different endpoints, as you can see. I don't know if that's better. So, so that's with Open API. And REST client. Nope, that's not working. Oh, I know why, because they have to start the other service. Okay. And then here's a GraphQL. We'll talk about that tomorrow. So just to give you a preview already, GraphQL is a way to limit the amount of data you get back from from what they call a fetch. If you have an endpoint that returns something from a database, sometimes that might be just too much than you need in your application, right? So this is a way to specify and get just what you need. It's basically the easiest way to explain that. Oh, and here's a UI. Okay, yeah. So that's right. I remember you had this here, Prettify. Yeah, okay. So let's start the other one. Oh, I got some. Oh, I guess because I had some errors, right? So let's start one horizontally. Okay. Three, right? CPU service. Oh, that's right. Yeah. CPU. Okay. CPU service B. And we'll do the same thing here. So, and I think the port is going to be 9081, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, so we're going to be installing features. So you can see how this is already useful, in getting started. And you'll see the same thing with Helidon. It's just, I think it's good to see the microprofile part as well, and how everything works together. And then, of course, we're gonna, after the break, we'll start with Jakarta EE. So. All right, looks like the demo server has been launched. Oh, there we go. Yep, so 9081. And I think that was the one REST client one that was, okay. Let's see here. What we do here, so I can close some of these out. You get going in a hurry here, right? So local hosts. Oops. 9081. Oh, file not found. Interesting. I haven't practiced this in a while. I have to apologize. Let's try this one here at the. There we go. Yeah, so you can see the two services working together. There was a parameter value of the name parameter value that was being passed back and forth there. So that's how that works together. If we open this in, open up another one. Mm. Okay, let me do service A. Okay, let that open up. So if I don't know if any of you are working this, if you have any questions on what's going on there, or
So Michael, my build, I just ran Maven clean package, right? And the build is completed. I am just trying to follow what you just did. That
okay,
was for this day. I'm trying to start the jar using Java jar target. There will be a jar that is produced inside target folder, inside
yes,
service.
that's yeah. You know, I guess that's another way to do that as well. I know Open Liberty has the you know, in Maven it has the attribute to you know, to start Liberty right away, which I think is, you know, a very useful feature. I think Tommy has it as well. Oh, it's something in the chat here. So. It is straightforward. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, we can look at the code a little bit here. So, all right. We don't need to have that README file here. So, well, I mean, you can read that on your own. Oh yeah, so here, actually, it does say in the README file, you can do it the way you just mentioned. You know, doing it that way, or you know, Liberty Dev, you know, and so on and so on. So you can look at the instructions there. So, all right. So the source code that's generated here in this, so this is the service A, then there's a, you know, corresponding service B. So yeah, this is based on the specs that you chose, and it has the, you know, here's the client. Actually, what I always should show first is the resources. Meta inf. So here's microprofile-config.properties. Should be able to, there it goes. Yeah. Probably a little too big. So, you know, it's just essentially it's a key value pair. That's all it is really. You know, just in the properties file. So, you know, so injected.value, right, equals, you know, whatever you want to put there, right? And you know, value equals lookup value. You know, I don't find these terribly useful, so I tend to just experiment and play with these, you know, as far as the values, you know. Because it wasn't quite clear what value was being passed when we executed it, right? And then here was the REST client that didn't work first time until we started, you know, the second service, which was in port 9081, you know. So let's see. So that's defined there, right? And yeah. So service b.url. There we go. Okay. So yeah, so that's what's generated in there. So you can, you know, you can do things like, you know, injected value, and you can no, just leave it alone. Control Z. I know it wasn't clearly defined, so I think you can edit the source code. We have the service folder. All right, it has the parameter. So this is some of your REST annotations, your path. All right. You know, you define that, and then path parameter, and then here's the client controller, you know, and that's the URL for that. So a lot of these things you can define, you know, and then, but it's generated for you as a starting point, which is really cool. And then configuration, all right? So here it is, here's that name injected.value that we saw in here, right? And so, you know, so it takes that from that configuration file and uses that, all right? Injected value, config property. Right, so this basically is defining the variable injected value, you know, makes that bind between injected.value in the configuration file with this particular variable, right? So I think what, you know, one of the things I did was to say, okay, let's do put a colon in there, right? So now we can more easily see that it's the injected value, you know, that kind of thing, right? So, so it gives you up the, you know, the lookup. It gives you the endpoints right there, right? It has the main, you know, the main path right here is /config, and then the sub endpoints right there. In health, I mentioned before liveness and readiness. So you have the service live health check class right here. And you notice, as I mentioned before, it has to implement the health check, right? You know, interface. So it has to do that and has to come up with its, you know, override the call method, which it's doing right here. So it gives you an idea how to get that, right? So there's this whole, you know, let's see, here's all the imports, right? Health check response, a named method, you know, get the simple name with data live, you know, that this whole chain of methods, you know, to make that, you know, make that response right there. And the same thing with the readiness, all right? And then it has the service ready health check class that it's imported here. It's the, you know, it's the reflection for this, right? And the startup, right? Call method, the same thing. So metric controller, okay. So here's the use of CDI. It's an injecting a metric, all right. Endpoint counter, right? Here's the counter. And then it waits, looks like 1 second. I'm assuming that's in milliseconds. Let's see. Doesn't say on there. And does the wait right there. We can change that to 10,000. Let's do that. Have some fun with this. An open API. Okay, there's all these, you know, various. So this is a looks like a POJO of some kind, right? So, and there's a controller for all that, and that'll give you all the, you know, this is what all the output that it does, right? And then the destination class. And oh, here's this is fault tolerance. So thread.sleep 700L, right? So let's make that 7,000. Okay. All right. And then, so yeah, I think this is where it needs work in order to make the JWT work. Trying to remember if there was a token of some kind in here. Let's see. Private key, yeah. So in case you are not familiar with JWT, this is an example of a JWT key here, right? And dot. Oh, no results. It should be 3 dots. I'm not sure why that is. Unless that's the body. Yeah, I'd have to actually experiment with this a little more, but it uses that, and I think you have to do some extra work to get this to work there. So, you know, a lot of these, you know, application path, you know, /data is the main endpoint here, and you know, you are extending the application class that's built in. Jakarta, you notice it's Jakarta, not Java X. It used to be Java X. So, and the same thing here. So, all right. Let's see what's in Liberty. Oh, so I think the server XML. Oh, web app. That's where the index file is. So that builds all this for you, right? So this is what you see here. So, you know, you can, if you wanted to build your app, you can do more style sheets and, you know, add the, make it more pretty, you know, the whole thing. And there's a beans file. So it brings all that stuff in. Git keep, I don't know what that is. Looks like it's empty anyway. So, all right. All right. Well, welcome back. I hope you enjoyed your lunch, whatever you needed to do. You know, having been at ExxonMobil for 33 years, I know every time we had training sessions, it was, let's take a 10-minute break, and there's no timer, and people go back to their office. They, you know, then of course everybody gets involved in conversation, and then by the time the class resumes, it's 20 minutes later. So, but maybe that's just my world. But in any event, yeah, let's resume. All right, so we did all that. Any particular questions on how to start a you know, microprofile application? I mean, it's pretty straightforward. I know there was some extra work to do, I think, in something like JWT authorization. Oh, I didn't discuss open tracing. I'm not sure if I have Zipkin or one of those. I'm sure I do. I just didn't have a chance to do anything with that. So, all right, if there's nothing yet, then let's resume. One thing I wanted to mention that I didn't earlier today is this is the very first time I'm doing this course, and I think this is something new for you know, for JavaPro and MicroStream, who are hosting you know, this event. So I know we had a budgeted time of 7 hours each day. I really don't know if, you know, we'll go that long. So, you know, and you know, based on today and tomorrow, you know, I totally plan on, you know, refining things based on your feedback. For example, you know, if there's something you didn't like, I really need to hear that. All right. Or if there's something I could have done better, or something I didn't cover, you know, that kind of information will help improve this course. So, you know, if we're done early today, you know, then, you know, I don't want to pack too much in one day. All right. So, but anyway, I just wanted to mention that, and, you know, we'll go from there. So, all right, so here's where we left off, right? Okay, there we go. Go back to full screen. All right, quick poll, Jakarta EE. If you can let me know what your level of experience is with Jakarta EE, I would appreciate knowing that. If you can just type that in the chat. Okay, oh, Java EE 7. Okay, yeah, that's been a while, right? Yeah. I'm just kind of curious, Amir, if why you haven't gone up to Java EE 8, or is that just based on the organization you work for that you know, is sort of, you know,
Yeah.
doing applications on that, or?
Yeah. Actually, the reason why was about the organization that we have started one of the applications, I think 2015, and continued. We started Java EE 6 and then upgraded to Java EE 7.
Mm-hmm.
Then we not stop it. Now they are upgrading and these kind of things. But I stopped there at that company and moved to another company and started this spring.
Okay.
And because of that, my knowledge about Java EE was limited to that Java EE 7
Mm-hmm.
and a little bit Java EE 8. And I read about most of the things, but didn't apply my job.
Okay. Yeah, and you know, I think that's a lot of with the, you know, various reasons why, you know, people or organizations are set on, you know, obviously LTS versions of Java SE. You know, the LTS, the long-term support versions like Java 11 and Java 17, for example, Java 8. I'm sure there's a lot of folks still on Java 8.
Yeah.
But we're seeing that shift to Java 17, and from what I understand, as Spring Framework, there's Spring Framework 6 and Spring Boot 3 are going to be minimal JDK 17. And then I think all the other projects, Spring projects, are, because they depend on that, right? They'll be doing that as well. So you're going to see a shift to JDK 17. Another thing is the non-LTS versions of the Java development kit. I think there's only 1% of organizations that are actually, hey, when 17 came out, right? People might go there, but then when 18 came out, well, I'll just wait till the next long-term support, which I think is 21. I think they're going 2 years now instead of 3. So, it's hard, right? It's hard to upgrade because things are going to break, especially when you go to major releases, like in MicroProfile, for example. I know with one of the metrics upgrades, there were breaking changes. So it's constantly keeping up on that and trying to refactor your code and everything else. And it's time and money, right? To do that. So yeah. So I hope you get something out of this in Jakarta. And we have a cool, there's a Jakarta starter, which we'll get into, and it's a cool application on doing coffee. So, all right. So thanks for that. So let's resume. So, all right. So Jakarta EE. So that's the logo. That was again another Java community vote to select a logo, and that's a little what they call a schooner, small sailing ship. So that was back in 2018 as well. So along with the new name was also the new logo. All right. So I briefly mentioned this earlier when Oracle finally released Java EE 8, which was 3 years, or no, but yeah, 5 years ago at this time. They almost, well, I want to say immediately, but they donated Java EE 8 to the Eclipse Foundation. And I couldn't find it, but there's a great table to look at the differences between Java EE and Jakarta EE. And the big difference is the fact that it's open source, since it is in the Eclipse Foundation, right? There's the Java community process, right? Which, organizations can be voted in to participate, for various for JSR or Java service requests. So Oracle was using that. But now with, being open source, you don't need that. You just have to go through the Jakarta specification process, and then I'll talk about that in a minute. And it's very, very similar to the MicroProfile one. So yeah, so this took some time. So this was September 2018, and by April, the new name was officially announced. And then of course the logo, and I had the privilege of interviewing Mike Milinkovich, who's the executive director at the Eclipse Foundation, about the new name and everything else, and we had a discussion on that. I can try to find that for you if anybody's interested, but yeah, so then work began to come up with the first official release of Jakarta EE, which Jakarta EE 8. All right, we'll talk about that in a minute. There are 3 profiles which I will describe. There's a new profile for Jakarta EE 10 called Core, and right now there are 42 specifications, and these include specs that are not necessarily ready for prime time, as the old expression goes. Jakarta NoSQL, for example. There's Jakarta config, which is new. which I think is going to build off microprofile config. So I wasn't quite sure of, why that was, but that's the way it is. And then I mentioned earlier the Jakarta data, and we had our first meeting last week to get going. The repository was created, so it's going to take some time for Jakarta data and Jakarta NoSQL. There are some, there's been some movement around that, but it's not quite ready for 1.0 yet. So, and the current version is 9.1, which you'll see was released, I think, a little over a year ago. And version 10 was originally planned for the second quarter of this year, and there were some issues with compatible implementations passing the technology compatibility kit, or TCK, as you may have seen out in the literature. So they're basically on the verge of releasing version 10. So look for that on InfoQ. I know one of the editors will be writing an official news piece on that around the time of the release, right? So also this month too, just as a side note, JDK 19 will be released on the 20th of this month. And the big news there is a lot of the virtual threads and things for Project Loom, Project Panama, and Project Amber, I think. So those are, 3 of the 4 major projects in the Java SE space. So. All right, again, another working group, is formed just a little over 4 years ago. That is a copy and paste. I did not edit. I apologize for that. I was trying to find the founding members, so I'll have to strike that at some point. Let me write myself a note. All right. Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, but I have the list of the current working group. So similarly to the microprofile working group, this is the specification process. All right. So there was an upgrade, back in April, version 1.3, and you can see all the, references to Java X versus Jakarta, namespaces, and so on, right? So, so the current list of working group members is a big list right there, and I don't think Microsoft's included. Oh, yes, it is actually. Yes, as an enterprise member. So yeah, this was pretty much updated. There's different membership levels for organizations. Participation, a guest member. So there are. It is a. I will say it is a pay to play to participate in this. So you can imagine a company like Microsoft paying a lot of money to be at this level. We are, I think, participant members in the microprofile working group, or contributing members, one of those two. And for Java groups, it's a very minimal cost. And, the Garden State Java group is very fortunate to have sponsorships that, allow us to do that. So we really appreciate our sponsors, for that purpose and to do other things. But because we participate in the Jakarta EE, the microprofile working group, we can automatically become a guest member of the Jakarta EE working group. No additional cost, but it's at this level. And we have not done that yet, only because, we wanted to be cognizant of our time and not to be, we don't want to overcommit, So what we do as part of the microprofile working group is, we participate in the weekly meetings, their community hangouts or technical calls, or once every quarter, it's the steering committee calls, which is, attendance of that is more important. So I try to attend as many as possible, for that purpose. So that's kind of like the background on all these different membership levels. Omnifish, I will say, is a new company that just started, a few months ago. I think late last year, and so anyway, yeah, I know a couple folks there, and they reached out to me for discussing various things. So they're very new, but you see a lot of big names here: Microsoft, Red Hat, IBM, right, Oracle, Payara, and so on. And then SuJava, if you're not familiar, is one of the biggest Java groups based in Brazil. Then there's the Istanbul, and then I guess the Apache Software Foundation is in there. So I'd like to see us be part of this at some point, but you know, we're going to wait and see if, you know, we're in a better position to do so. All right, so the platform profile, right, is basically the standard for all the specifications. All right, so you know, it's for, you know, if you want to use the full set of Jakarta EE APIs, that's essentially what that is. So it's like just thinking about it as the overall bucket. But there are two subsets, which is the web profile and the core profile. And you know, as you can imagine, this is specifically targeted for web applications. All right, you know, so if that's all you want to do, then there's a, you know, a minimal set of specifications of the 42 that are for that purpose. And then the core file is brand new, and this is just a minimal set of specs that are for, you know, cloud native applications, that kind of thing. All right, so just similarly to the original 3 MicroProfile specs, right? Those were the 3 minimal specs for writing a microservice application, right? So, you know, and this is for smaller runtimes, you know, and even the ahead of time compilation, right? That takes the place of reflection. All right, and then this is a chart. It doesn't contain all 42, interestingly. So I tend to think that there are a lot more of the specs that aren't ready for prime time. So so these are the ones all in web profile, and then you can see the core profile on the right here. So like, again, that's new for this year. I forgot about this here. CDI Lite is, I guess, just a minimal for context and dependency injection. I really haven't studied that, but that's part of it. I don't see that in the list of specs either, which is kind of interesting. So I'd have to figure out why that is. So you see config, which is one of the newer specs that I mentioned earlier. And then all these right here. So, you know, so if you see a relationship here, right? RESTful web services, JSON processing, JSON binding, and CDI. All right. Those are the 4 that are in MicroProfile. All right. So you can see the, you know, how it relates to that. And then of course you have annotations and, you know, so on. So, okay. These next 2 slides, I'm not going to go through them all. These are all 42 specs. They got 24 on this one here. I can just mention a few. You know, bean validation is big. You know, CDI, context and dependency injection. I mentioned data, right? This one is kind of interesting. Debugging support for other languages. I'd like to actually read up about that. That's kind of interesting. Now, I forget the relationship between context and dependency injection and then just dependency injection. So there are two separate specifications on that. The Jakarta expression language, Jakarta faces, I think I'm going to mention that one, right? Jakarta mail. There was a Java mail API at one time. I think I know I had experimented with using. And then the rest of them are right here. So there's a messaging, right? So like JMS, if you remember the old JMS spec, model view controller, so MVC. Here's NoSQL. Here's persistence, which was the old Java Java persistence API or JPA. Let's see what I did there. There is an implementation of the Google the gRPC, the remote procedure call. You know, server pages, right? And servlets. You know, if you remember, these have been around for quite some time. You know, and just when you thought SOAP was dead, simple object something protocol from 20 some odd years ago, right? So there's support for that with there, and XML binding. So we have JSON binding, XML binding, right? and so on. So these are all 42 specs, and I suspect not all of them are ready for prime time, like Jakarta NoSQL and Jakarta Data, and so on. All right, so the release history is, pretty short since it's only been the last, 3 years. So I mentioned earlier, version 8.0 was the very first, September of 2019, and Jakarta EE was pretty much Java EE except for open source. All right, it was still using the Java X namespace, and there was a big debate between, over the next year, to how to handle the requirement that Jakarta EE had to stop using the Java X namespace. And there was some of the options were, do we do them incrementally? Do we do it all at one time? And they refer to that as the Big Bang, right? Just do it all at once and like rip the Band-Aid off type of, metaphor. And so that's what was decided. And so in December of 2020, it's version 9 came out. So that was pretty much, upgrade with that. And 9.1 came out a little over, year and a half ago. That was just some updates to some of the specs. And as I mentioned earlier, version 10, I suspect will be out this month. That's why I have an asterisk there. So it's been a bit delayed. I mentioned earlier that there were issues with specs or compatible implementations passing the TCKs. I guess one thing I should mention, I'm very familiar with the specification versus compatible implementation. That it was once called a reference implementation, or that kind of thing. The specifications themselves are just specifications, but there's, vendors can take that spec and they say, okay, we'll implement it, and they implement it their own way, right? But they have to pass the technology compatibility kit to ensure that vendor A, with their implementation will operate similarly to vendor B's implementation. All right. So SmallRye, for example, they implement a lot of the microprofile specs and so on. Glassfish is a compatible implementation in the Jakarta EE space. That was, back that Glassfish, some of you may remember, was, Sun Microsystems application server back then. Glassfish was also, Payara took Glassfish and it was a downstream distribution of Glassfish, and Payara, came up with their platform based on that. Steve Milledge, who's the CEO, he's the he was part of Glassfish, involved in creating Glassfish. So, so there's a lot of work going on with the vendors to implement their own versions. All right, so I mentioned CDI, and I mentioned JSON P, JSON B, JAX RS, those. So they're all part of Jakarta anyway, right? So I just thought I'd cover real quick some of the others. All right, so Jakarta server pages, right? So those of us who have used Java server pages as I guess competing with ASP, that was active server pages, which was I think Microsoft, right? That was a similar kind of thing. And, I think a lot of us may have developed those kinds of applications over the years, right? So this is the Jakarta EE version of this specification, right? So you have your custom tags, expression language, and so on, right? Embedded Java code that gets compiled into a Java servlet or Jakarta servlet, right? So the current version is 3.1. Jakarta Data, as I mentioned earlier, is a new spec, right? And this will be an API to allow easy data access. And I believe the intent is to cover both NoSQL and relational databases, come up with there. So Jakarta NoSQL obviously, covers the 4 different kinds of NoSQL databases. The graph ones, the document, key value, all those. but this one's supposed to be a little bit more abstract to that, right? So think of it as, you know, Jakarta data over Jakarta NoSQL and Jakarta persistence, that kind of thing, right? So, you know, the status of this is under development. You know, we have just started on putting this together. So you'll hear more about this as things are developed. All right, Jakarta faces. So, you know, think of JSF or Java server faces. You know, same kind of thing. It's just the name is changed to protect the guilty or the innocent, or you know, whichever one you want to use there. So this is a model view controller framework, right? For, you know, building user interfaces for web apps, right? And you have your components and everything else you see on the slide right here. So, all right. And then Jakarta config. Again, it's very similar to MicroProfile config. I think it was actually based on that, but then it'll be adapted to the Jakarta EE, you know, framework, you know, the specifications. Okay. Again, it's under development, but I think it's almost ready. You saw on that one slide with the table that it has an asterisk next to it, and it's going to be part of the core profile. So this is probably a little bit more along the way. But unfortunately, I haven't really kept up with this one. Okay. Let's see. I want to let's see. I'm going to just use this as a jumping board here to get out of here. I want to I just want to show you the Jakarta EE specifications real quick and what you can find when you go there. So it's jakarta.ee/specifications. So here, you know, explains the different profiles. Here are the different specs, and what you'll see. Just choose one. Yeah, listed. So context and dependency injection. So you see the different versions for Jakarta EE 8, 9, and 10. Right, that's coming up. Oh, one of the things I want to mention too is if you're a part of a Java user group, and let's go to NoSQL. I mentioned at the very beginning that the Garden State Java group is, you know, an adopter of this, and if there's no cost to join, there is a set of instructions you can follow to get yourself on here. And so you'll see here the Sul Java, the one in Brazil, is adopting it. Then we have adopted it, and you know, if you look at all the other ones, and you see here it's under development, right? Oh, so it's 1.0 beta 4. That's where we are. So, but yeah, so that's something that if you're part of a Java group, you may want to consider helping out. You know, I've contributed, and it's just, you know, I've contributed in a way just for improving documentation, for example. You know, a lot of times people say you don't have to contribute code. If you want to, sure, but even things like documentation improvements, or, you know, along the way, I fixed a script in a Micronaut application once. So I went through, I did the committer agreement, and, you know, I whatever the script was, it didn't work, and I looked at it, fixed it, and, you know, it was a contribution. So it's real easy. So it's, you know, you don't have to spend a lot of time or dedicate a lot of time unless you're interested in being a committer. So that's the difference there. Okay. So there is an Eclipse starter that came out a little over 2 years ago, and this particular one generates a coffee application. So this is not a, you know, pick and choose type of thing. You don't pick your runtime, you don't pick specifications. This is an actual working application, and this will be the focus of our next exercise. So if you get your laptops ready here, and I will do this as well here. It's a if the website has all these instructions as well. They're using Payara Micro Start. Maybe we can experiment with, you know, doing Liberty and see if things break. So anyway, yeah, if you want to start working with that, typing that in. There's also a way to do this via Docker, in case you're interested in doing that. So I'll leave that there a minute, unless you want to go to the starter page for that. That might be easier for you to do. So let me see. Starter dots. Let's see. Get where it was. There it is. So start.jakarta.ee. If you want to go there, because I'm going to go to my terminal window and do that. I mean, I pretty much already done this, so I can maybe just go ahead and go to the application itself. So. Let's kill things off here. Go see. Let's see. No, it didn't have it there, did I? Jakarta EE apps. Oh, I did it under. Yeah, never mind. Let's see. Oh, actually. Jakarta dashboard. Okay. Okay. So when you do that, you'll get a Jakarta EE-cafe menu, or I'm sorry, folder. Okay, and you'll see everything here. You see the Docker files included. You know, gives you everything you need to do there. Oh, so it is using Pyara as part of the Docker package. But I'd like to see if this thing runs, the other way. So this will be. Let's see. Oh yeah, that's right. MVN clean package, Pyara micro start. Okay. Well, let's just do this for grins. I'd like to make things see if things break here. Liberty :dev. If it runs, that'd be great. Now, of course, if you use the Docker file, that didn't like that for some reason. Yeah, I probably didn't have the plugin. Okay, that's fine. So. But you can edit the POM file to add these, the runtimes for various things. So it runs a series of tests when this runs, right? So let me close out this one so you can see what's going on. Okay. All right. Oh, so still going. Okay. Yeah. Just have to wait a few seconds here. Now, by the way, while this is going, I know I was running out of hard disk space on my laptop about a year or so ago, and then I had the full set of Jakarta EE examples from the GitHub repository. And as soon as I did MVN clean on that whole thing, I think 10 megabytes of space opened up, or maybe even more. And I was just amazed at how much that took up. All right, so looks like we're ready, right? It's got Pyara Micro 5. Pyara 6, by the way, is on the verge of being released as well. Maybe this month, maybe next. I forget exactly when. It's not using the regular local host, 127.0.0.1 or whatever. It is using this particular IP address, and here are the various endpoints you can use. And by the way, you can use this in the curl command too, right? So you can do curl, -x get http 10.0.0.229.8080. Now the first one, without any extra endpoints, is another web page, another indexed HTML file. So I'll just do /rest/coffees, so we get, we don't want to see the HTML file, right? In here. So /coffees. Oh, could not resolve. Oh, it'd help if I did that correctly. There we go. So you see there's 3 coffees in here, right? So you can do this, via the curl command, all right? Or of course, we can just use the oops. Oh yeah, and doing this on the browser here, right? It gives you this page, right? /coffees/ /2x. There we go. So now you see the JSON properly configured. By the way, this is one of those Google Chrome extensions that give you the nicely formatted JSON. All right. So what else do we have on there? We have, let's go back to the slides and we could take a look. Okay, so we can just use these now. So yeah, I guess this gave you that, right, okay. And then we did that one, Open API. Again, similarly, right, it gave you all the Open API information. And here's the health. Now you notice here, this looks like the standard output from the health spec, okay? Basically, it has the status that it's up and that the checks there are no, it's an empty set. And you may remember in MicroProfile that there were customized health checks that you can add. So we'll take a look at the code in this, and I should have this open from yesterday, or let's see, open recent. Here it is, Jakarta Cafe. Okay. Let's see. So this source. Oh yeah, these had a DB extension here. This doesn't really render inside the IDE. So, but you can see how they're generated. Let's take a look. Here's the target. Name, resources. Yeah. So here's an initial -data SQL file, and it basically does an insert into the. I have to get these things. Okay. Oh, there we go. Let's get this out of the way. There we go. All right. So basically, you have your SQL statements here, right? So we can have fun with this too. Add different coffees here. You can add Gavalia, for example, or one of my favorites is from New Orleans. It's the Cafe Du Monde, and so on. So you can adapt whatever you'd like. There's a persistence XML file. Has a lot of values for logging and whatnot. That's under there. So under the Java folder, then you have your model folder, right? Entity. All right. So here's a coffee. So this is a Pojo, right? Only because it implements serializable as one, right? And then you have the serial version ID. So these are the 2 requirements, at least, for other than the getters and setters. Now, one can argue, say, well, Mike, why don't they use JDK 16 with the records, right? And the answer is, I don't know. And I think that could be, you know, a homework assignment for everybody, including me. But I guess there are overrides here for hash code and equals, and you know, some of the other things that make this a Java bean, right? So you have your getters and setters, right? The ID and the price. I think those are the only two attributes for this, right? So and everything else. So oh, and this is the output. That's probably a 2-string method, right? Yeah, right there. So that's just the, so that's simple enough, right? Here's the repository where you define all your various, you know, corresponding SQL commands. So get all coffees, right? You know, that's this one. And you use the entity manager for that. All right. Persist to coffee, right? That, you know, basically adding it to the database. You know, remove a coffee by ID and find by ID. So I think there were a couple of endpoints to get them. I'm not sure. I'll have to take a look at how to remove them or what. Okay. So here in the resource, there's a repository. These are the endpoints here. So, you know, by ID, right? So, okay. So something new in IntelliJ. I have the latest version running here. So this is part of defining a media type, application JSON, along with, you know, all the others that are available, right? You know, application text, you know, and so on, right? So here's where you call your, you know, methods for finding a coffee by ID, by coffee ID that's passed in, you know, etc. Deleting a coffee, all right? So, you know, and it has some, you know, some error handling in case, you know, some exception handling in case there are some issues if it wasn't found, for example. So this is pretty straightforward. You know, it's a lot more simple than some of the other, you know, some of the microprofile stuff we saw. So you can imagine easily adapting this for your own database, you know, and if I, you know, had a little more time, you know, I'd love to do, I have various databases that I try to maintain, you know, for various things, you know, all my publications, for example, you know, I have a database for that. I haven't updated it in a while. So, you know, but that's the kind of thing that would be kind of cool to do, right? So, questions on any of this? It's like I said, it's pretty straightforward. You know, let's see, where's the health check? Unless that's just the default it creates, right? So you notice there is no specified or, you know, so, you know, health classes to create custom health checks. But that's something you can add, of course. All right, nobody? Okay. It's pretty straightforward. That's the one thing I miss really about in-person, you know, or Java meetings or giving a course like this. It's the interaction with everybody, you know, just, you can gauge your audience about, you know, if they have a perplexed look on their face. If whatever I'm trying to say is, you know, confusing, then you can tell right away, right? You know, those are the kinds of things I miss, you know, and having a little more fun, you know, cracking more jokes, for example, you know, it's a little bit harder to do. And we've been dealing with this for the past 2+ years now. So, but anyway, yeah. So, you know, I'm always have been, you know, a fan of being interactive with people, you know, trying to keep keeping them engaged, you know, that kind of thing. So, and if you're interested in doing, we can try this. We can, you know, do the Docker part. You'd have to build it first, right? And that's here. I did this yesterday. I'm in, you know. All right, let's do this. Well, let's fix that up. All right, so we'll have to kill this running, right? Yeah, all right. Have it in here. Let's see, let's do MVN clean. So we start from scratch. Okay, so we have to build this first, right? Our Docker build. Always important to build it first. Now, it may have been built since I did this like yesterday or so, but let's see what happens. All right, so it's still, this did not happen yesterday. Yeah, let's see, target cafe. What's that?
You already run MVN clean.
Yeah, I already ran it, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, there is no file there, and you should make it again.
Okay, yeah, I did. Oh, because I didn't. Okay, hold on. MVN package maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, do that.
Package or install.
Yeah. Yeah, it's funny. I tried that after I did it the first time, right? But then I cleaned everything. So
yeah.
Yeah, thank you for that.
No problem.
Yeah. Yeah, originally a lot of these starters didn't have the Docker files until more recently. So, it gives you that flexibility. Yeah, it said it created the war file. There we go. Yeah, funny how that is. And then you actually run it like here. Right? So I will admit I know enough about Docker to be dangerous. So of course that's what I say at work. I know enough chemistry to be dangerous, even though because chemistry is not my background. My background's in computer science, but yet I've been working in the laboratory for a long time. So my history with the company is something I'd love to tell you about over a beer one day, but that's but it's been a good career. I use all of my IT skills for data analysis and all that good stuff. So, but I was with in IT for about 6-7 years at one point in my career. So you can see this running, right? And probably close this. Oh yeah, there's a different URL that happens here. Okay, it looks like yeah, it looks like it. Nope, not that. All right, we've done that. So, and there's a different URL. It's maybe I have it in the history here. So this one isn't going to work, right? Because that's weird. Oh, for crying out loud. Let's go to the starter page. It probably has it there. Yeah. I thought I wrote that down in the slides. I apologize for that. Let's see. Oh, here it is. Localhost 8080. That's it. Okay. Yeah, this one does use the localhost. Okay. So similarly to the MicroProfile, introductory page, you have, the welcome, you have the logo, right? All that fun stuff. And then the REST endpoints, yeah. And let's see. So you can, I wanted to see if there was anything to add or delete clauses here. issuing with delete requests. Okay. Oh, using the post, right? Using those verbs for there. That's the way to do that. So, but yeah. So here's coffee 1, right? And then of course you can just edit the URL, get the second one, and that kind of thing. So, all right. I kind of like this better, that you have more of the local host 8080, and then the corresponding endpoints for that kind of thing. So, all right. Let's see. Let's do it's been an hour already. Let's do another 10-minute break. Just to get up, stretch, and all that good stuff, and I'll go make some coffee. So if I were in person, I'd share it with you.
Thank you. Nice. Yeah, I really need it.
So yeah, of course there's a big, I'm sure there's a bio portion to that, which at my age is a very it's very important. So.
No, you are so young, man.
Oh, so young, yeah. So, okay.
Yeah,
I think I like you.
Thank you.
All right, we'll see you in a few minutes. All right. So.
Okay. See you.
Reactive programming might be a good topic to talk about.
All right. Hi, Amir.
Hi.
All right. So good to see you.
Yeah.
So were you one of the folks from India? Or?
No, I'm from India.
Oh, okay. Okay. I thought there were 2 folks.
I'm from Amsterdam.
Oh, you're from Amsterdam. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I knew. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, just to real quick, I'll show you where I am in New Jersey here. So this is Flemington, and as I mentioned before, it's in the western part of the state. So I don't know if any of you folks have been to New Jersey, but we're right next to New York. So here's New York over to the right. The big airports are here. Newark has a big airport, and we're out. List of the here. Hold on. Let's do that. Yeah. So we're a very, very small town. So we're in the western part of the state. We're close to the Pennsylvania border. There's the Delaware River here. So we're only, I think this is about 10, 12 miles, to the river from here, from this route. So, yeah, very, very pretty part of New Jersey. If any of you are old enough to remember some of the 70s sitcoms that would always make fun of Jersey. The New Jersey smelled, yeah, because of the refineries. Sure, we still have them, but they're over by New York. So we're actually in the horse country, so that's where I am. So, and I work up in Clinton up here. It's an ExxonMobil research facility right here. So I'm only, like 10 miles from the site here. So, but I'm home at the moment. So I'll be going into the site later today. So, but anyway, so that's a little bit about where I am. But all right. I didn't have a poll for this. I was just going to cover this. So this is one thing I'd like to expand on: reactive programming. But it, it's basically a programming paradigm, for data flows and propagation of change. So part of that is, for there are the MicroProfile standalone specifications. There's the reactive streams and reactive. So it's reactive streams, operators, and reactive messaging. So. So the reactive streams operators, right? It's a set of operators, to process and consume data. And you may have seen the reactive manifesto, which defines all these. Those 4 attributes. It's resilience. Trying to think of all the others, but I should have put that in there. But yeah, so there's definitely a way. I mean, think of your streaming services example. That's the kind of thing right there, right? One of the things about reactive streams operators, and I think reactive messaging in general, is that the specification, the semantics are very strict and non-trivial to implement correctly. So when it comes to thread safety, so they highly recommend that you use a third-party library like Aquastreams, RxJava, and Reactor. So that is the only caveat there. For that particular thing. And then messaging is the asynchronous communication with the different services, right? The goal is to provide a way to connect event-driven microservices and, asynchronous messaging and support for those operators, right? Now, one of the things I liked when I first started studying some of this are these, what I think they call them marble diagrams. And, so you have the different methods. So you can say reactive streams.of and you create a 3. And here is, from an iterable, you can create an array of 3, 1, 5, 6, and that's what you have, right? And then even an empty, you want to create an empty stream, well, you just call the empty method. And there are just so many different methods for manipulating these streams. And in this case, they use a simple model for integers. So that's the bottom line behind that. That's something I'd like to do a little bit more at some point, improved. I did write about reactive streams operators. Maybe at the end we can dig up, I think I have a GitHub repo. We can play with that a little bit.
I had a question, Michael, on this.
Yeah.
You just said that we should use RxJava or Reactor, right? Mm-hmm. By default, I think Helidon is already reactive. So if you use singles or multis, right, they are giving you something which is very similar to RxJava. Right?
Oh, okay.
Now, I have been using that for quite some time. Right now, I haven't used anywhere RxJava or Reactor so far in the code, right? But instead of using standard out-of-the-box libraries, yes, that Helidon provides, is it advisable to go for RxJava or Reactor, or should we stick to what Helidon provides out of the box?
Yeah, if I understand it correctly, there's a default or something, right, that you can use, or should you try the others? And to be quite honest, I don't know. I have not played with any of the. I think I've used RxJava. I have not, had a chance to really study Aquastreams or Reactor itself. So that's something, Did I understand your question correctly?
Yeah, and I'll tell you background also why I asked that question, right? So once you get the flow correctly for the microservices that you're trying to design, right? Mm-hmm. If you are trying to use Helidon, generally nobody will try to write standard imperative code. Everybody will ask you to start writing like reactive based code, right? So, and I think a lot of their APIs also have been designed that way. I have been sort of trying to upload, let's say 6 GBs, 8 GBs of files, right? Mm-hmm. And I had to revert to streaming in Helidon, right? So, and I did not use any RxJava. So that is why I asked that question.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, I wish I can answer that question for you. Based on my limited experiments with reactive streams operators, maybe at the end we can talk about that a little bit more. We can, try some things if you want. Does that sound fair enough? Or
yeah, I'm looking out for probably GitHub repos where I can test or where I can start looking at reactive streams, because it's sort of not a very, you can say, it's not very documented as of, where you will find a lot of GitHub repos where you can practice what you're trying to learn. It's like you
it's only been, well, I guess the reactive manifesto has been around a while, right? But I guess there's been more attention to this since there are some implementations, going on right now with, or it's becoming a little bit more prevalent, in the Java community for reactive. Yeah, so it's if I remember correctly, you know, I think I used RX Java, but I'd have to dig that up, and we can let me write that down. We can do that at the end. As a very, very small example.
Okay. So this is one playlist that I found on the internet, which I thought was sort of the, which was sort of good. Right. Outside that, I don't know where to practice. You have to switch.
Right, yeah, exactly. It's yeah, no, just the you know, it's a lot of time, you know, invest, you know, to learn new technologies and things like that. So somebody has a oh, you had a YouTube list in here. Okay.
Yeah.
We'll keep that there. We'll look at that later. Does that sound like a plan? Or
Yeah, I mean, I saw the topic, therefore I asked the question. That's it.
okay. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, thank you. So okay. All right, so another quick poll, Graal VM. This actually has been around longer than one might think, but if you can, you know, answer your you know, answer what your level of experience with Graal VM is, I'd appreciate that. We got 2 people so far. Okay, heard of it. Okay, so it's all right. That's good. That's good. Yeah, trying to remember when it first came out. I don't know. I want to say around 4 years ago. I bet you I have an InfoQ piece on that. Somebody may have written that. But yeah, so Graal VM is a polyglot virtual machine and platform, right? And it's Oracle Labs as opposed to Oracle. So like, you know, Oracle Labs, it's their own little entity that gets to experiment and develop applications like this. All right. And if I remember correctly, this has been around since around 2012, but it wasn't until like the last 4 years where they decided to introduce it to the Java community, maybe because it was finally ready to be used. And they just came out with the version 22.2. They changed their versioning system, I think, partway through and all that. So yeah, what this does essentially is, you know, convert any Java application to native code. Now this is a good 5 minutes for this example, and your executable is huge, right? But you know, the trade-off is speed. You're not looking at a JVM anymore. So Graal VM is composed of Graal, which is a just-in-time compiler that is actually written in Java, and then Substrate VM, right? It's a framework that allows ahead of time or AOT compilation, right, into executable images. And then Truffle is an open source toolkit and API for building language interpreters. So that's all part of it. Now, the free version, of course, as you can tell by the names, is community. And then, of course, you know, companies can elect to purchase whatever license for the enterprise edition. And there's a number of supported languages. I don't think this is the full list, but you know, you can do Java, JavaScript, Python, Ruby, R, and WebAssembly. R, as people may know, is some kind of derivative of MATLAB. I'm a huge fan of MATLAB. I have my own personal license at work, and you know, I've done a lot of application development with that. A lot of fun. Since our site has a number of PhDs that have used Python, you know, in their graduate work, you know, our IT department generally supports Python and a couple of other things, MATLAB and something called Julia and all that. So any Java development is actually in Houston, Texas. So, and our IT folks have this, you know, well, it used to be monthly. Now it's whenever somebody has something, it's a called Bite Size, BYTE, presentation. And I have it on my to-do list to present a, you know, Python with Graal VM to get that, to do that at some point. So that should be fun. Let's see. All right, so exercise. So you want to visit this website, okay, graalvm.org, and under downloads, and you can click under the GraalVM Community Edition. Okay. All right. This I so yeah, once you do that, you can follow these instructions, and I think I did that. So let me see. Hold on. Bring that back up again. Okay, there we go. All right, let's kill everything here. So you notice here is using Pyara, but it says completed shutdown of Glassfish runtime, right? So because Pyara is the downstream distribution of Glassfish, right? So where did I download that? Oh, here it is, right? So oops. All right, so let's see. I don't think I did this yesterday. I meant to finish that up. Yeah. So when you download the file, you get this huge, 260 megabyte file. All right. I do have earlier versions of this, so it might be good for me to do that. So it's gzip, right, and then -d, and then that file. Okay. Oops. Where am I? Oh, I'm in. Yeah, hold on. Should be in downloads. Ah. It should work in theory. Okay. Now we have the tar file. Probably need to remember how to. I don't think you use unzip. Does anybody remember how to untar? So,
yeah, unzip is work.
was that the
unzip works? I think.
Unzip.
Yeah.
Oh, you can use unzip for tar files? I guess so. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's try.
Yeah, let's give it a shot. Oh, planning to process anyway. Archive.
Or maybe you can use a tar -x and the name of the file.
What is it?
Tar.
Oh, tar. That's right. It's a tar file. Yeah. Tar XVV, right? XVF.
Yeah.
Yes, that's
Yeah.
it. Oh my goodness, it's amazing what you forget. Sorry, I have to laugh at myself. Just
no problem.
All right, just feel free to chime in to make fun of the old man here. That's if you don't laugh at yourself, I mean, really, it's oh, you gotta love it. You gotta love getting older. All right. So I guess there should be. Oh, so it should have put it in. Let's see. Oh no, I put it here instead of the. I could always move it too, but that's okay. Put it in the normal, where it belongs. But it does have, similarly, if you've installed the JDK, right, on the Mac. This is a Mac, of course, right? It has it under this content/home and so on. So, so I could always move that whenever. But this way, let's see which. Oh, native image has to be. So native image has to be. See, I have an old one here, 20.0. Okay. Yeah. So normally this will go under library, Java, virtual machines, right? So I think we can move that. Let's try that. So /library, Java, virtual machines. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. MV. Wow. Okay, we're looking at the, that's it. Slash library, Java, other virtual machines. So now we do sudo, and I had a funny feeling we had to do that. Okay, good. Yeah. All right, so you see, I have all in my terminal here. I have all my various flavors of the JDK. And then, by the way, GraalVM does have the JDK in here as well. So a lot of times, if I do which Java, it is version 20 of GraalVM using Java 11. Oh, there it is. There's the new one. Okay. Yep. Yep. Okay. Good. So CD. CD's Java 17.
Sorry, a question. You already replaced the executable file of Java with the GraalVM's Java?
Yes, you can. I think it has it in there. Let's explore that. So CD contents, right? Home.
Yeah.
I think there's a bin.
There's a JDK there. Yeah.
Yep. CD bin. Yep. There's Java. You know, all the regular Java one. Java C, Java. Right. All that. You know. Yep. So it has that in there. Now it doesn't have native image, I don't think. So we'll look at it again. So. No, you have to install that. Yeah, I don't know why they did this. I'm trying to remember why. The early versions of GraalVM included the native image utility, and that's what you need in order to make that conversion, right? So it's which GU should be in there, right? Yeah, GU. Okay. So, you know, it's Graal utility or GraalVM utility, right? So it's GU install native image.
Okay, Michael, can I ask a stupid question?
Yep. No stupid questions.
Yeah. Right. I have never used GraalVM ever, right? I've just heard about it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So how can it, so we use a lot of Docker images on our VMs. How can GraalVM help us better from an overall?
So related to Docker, yeah, that's an interesting question. I hadn't thought about that. So basically what you're getting instead of, so Docker will have, you can use, have your commands, right, to run certain things. So if you don't, so you have contained, let's say an instance of MongoDB, right, to use in your application. So I guess the question is, can you use the executable, in that Docker image? I would suspect yes, but I have not experimented with that,
So
anybody else have some thoughts on that, or?
Yeah, I will probably tell you my current scenario, and probably people can come out with an answer then, right? So as of now, everything that we ship, all the microservices that we have are like in the form of hot jars, right? And those hot jars are packaged for the ports that they listen on, and then they are put in a Docker image, right? Mm-hmm. And then they are installed on VMs which run those Docker images, right? Now, by default, when you try to generate a Helidon project, it will generate a Docker file for you, right? Using the Helidon, when you download it or use Helidon init on the command line, right? I think they also have started giving us a GraalVM file. So the image file that is compatible with GraalVM. I've never used that file, right? And my specific question is, how does it help a normal project move from a normal JDK VM to a GraalVM?
To what? From a JVM to what? To native image?
Yeah. So yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So basically, what you get, and I think we're gonna do this a little later, is you get an executable. I think, I'm trying to remember exactly what. Oh yeah, no. So so in the Windows it'll have a .exe, and then of course it'll be executable here in the in the Mac in Linux or in the Unix space here. So that's the difference, really. You don't need a JVM in order to run the converted application to native image.
Okay.
So can you actually, so I guess what I'm thinking out loud is, can you incorporate that into a Docker image? And I have not experimented with that. And has anybody else done anything like this, or has anybody else converted any applications into native image and used them in Docker?
No, from my side. I always use JVM related things, not native.
Yeah, it's interesting because what's up and coming too is related to GraalVM is native image Java, or native Java as they call it.
Yeah.
Let me see something here. Let me digress here a second here. One of the Java Q editors did a static Java series, and let's see if I can find it real quick. If you don't mind hanging out here, then doing this.
Go ahead.
So yeah, so this is Carsten Sils. He's actually from Germany, lives in the UK, but so Graal 22. Take a look and see if there's anything in Docker in here. No, it's not actually. Yeah, I'm trying to see if I can find that. Oh, here's the article series. It references that. Okay. So yeah, so this is a series, and I've done my own, and this is a lot of work, by the way. This is a sort of a project where you manage a series of technical articles, and you review them from external authors, and et cetera, et cetera. So revolutionizing Java. So these are all native image related. Now project not Lilliput. There is another project in Java that is specific for native Java, and I'd have to try to remember what that was here. So we had one here. So look, go native with Spring Boot and GraalVM. Yeah, I don't know of any of these, and at the end of the day, we could, if you'd like, go through them, or if you want to take a look yourself. There were 6 articles here on that.
Can you ping me this link, please?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Is it? Project Leyden, Leyden. That is the. It was initiated 2 years ago. There was no movement in it, and then it's just basically was resurrected more recently, like say April, May timeframe this year. So that is this whole thing about native Java, and this is, I think, is going to complement or maybe even compete with GraalVM to do that. So it's an interesting question about whether or not you can do this in Docker, and to be honest, I don't know. But yeah, it's interesting stuff, So so it looks like I have native image anyway, but it's probably an older one, so it probably doesn't matter. But yeah, it's still the old one. That's fine. It says I already had it, so it didn't. So we'll just go with that. I don't want to wreck anything. So if you've successfully did that, you know, and then install native image, you'll have the utility. I think I started to mention before native image was part of the early releases of GraalVM, and then I think with version 19, it was decided to have it as a separate install. I don't remember the method to the madness on that, but that's what it is. So once you install GraalVM, you have to do this extra step to install native image. Okay. This is a cartoon on on how everything is works together. So these are all the different languages. So you can have Rust, C, and C++, and is R and WAS, web, yeah, you know what I mean. Ruby, Python, Node, JS, and so on. So Scala even, wow, and Kotlin.
Okay. Yeah.
So this is Clojure, right? If I remember rightly, it could be Clojure. So by the way, that reminds me, Bob Martin, Bob Martin, Uncle Bob, yeah. He was a huge fan of Clojure, and I want to say 5, 6, 7 years ago, he thought Clojure would take over the world, but it didn't. But it's a nice little language. I've experimented with it. I may have given one talk over the years about it, and but I haven't touched it since. So, but it is a JVM language, so that's why these are all grouped together here. But yeah, so this is the architecture itself, and it uses the hotspot VM and the compiler and so on. All right. So this part of of the seminar today is getting started with Helidon SE. And then tomorrow, what we'll do is we'll go through a number of the different components that make up SE. So, so we'll start from there. So I think we'll take a break about maybe halfway through this or something. All right, take another one. So there's 3 different ways to get going, and the first one was from day one. You had these quick starts, and we'll do an exercise in that. I think with version 2 was the new command line interface, and Project Starter came a little bit later. So we'll talk all about that. All right. So the quick starts is basically a Maven archetype to download and to generate that particular application. Now again, you don't get to pick and choose. In this case, you get what you get. It is similar to the Jakarta EE coffee application. This is a greeting application that's customizable. Very small but useful. A lot of times I've seen projects on GitHub that actually keep the original like a greeting resource file and just add another one, and for something else. So it's kind of cool. You have these for both Helidon SE and MP. And oops. Okay, so yeah, we'll go to another exercise here. And so if you want to copy and paste this into your terminal, you can go ahead and do that. And then so once you get this,
can you put this in the command line?
I'm sorry.
Can you put this in the chat, please?
Oh, the whole thing here?
Yeah.
Certainly. So let me have to get out of that and see.
Because it's too long to type.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I should try to make this a little more easy for folks here too. Yeah, so these are the kinds of things that I'd like to improve upon, as we do this, some more. So should work. There we go. Hopefully, let me know if that doesn't work. That maybe something didn't work right. I already have. We have this here. Let's see. Let me know when you're ready. You should get something that looks like this. You know, whatever folder you use.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See how 3D has.
Yeah, it's ready.
Yeah.
You guys are all set with that?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. And one thing I think I want to investigate, we can try this at some point too, that where it says -D archetype version equals 300. Because you get extra stuff with this, if they're still available for the original 1.0, I'd like to show you the difference between the two. The other thing is on the documentation, if you go look, and I think hold on, should be 3 somewhere here. There we go. There it is. With the quick starts. So yeah, this is the Helidon website. Get started, and there's information about the CLI and all that, but I wanted to go the quick start example. SE MP. You see if it's still, they fixed their documentation. Oh, okay. They originally had 3.0.0-snapshot, which didn't work, but now they've upgraded that to 3.01. So, but it's just a small change. So yeah, so once you go there, right? So you notice I've done I've had here an MP version and SE version. Maybe tomorrow maybe we can look at the differences, for example, of the two. So quick start SE. Okay. All right, and so I've already done the target, but I can redo it too. So and then I guess package. If you want to go ahead and do that. Anybody Gradle fans per chance?
Yeah, everything Gradle here.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, it seems I'm not quite sure if if one's used more than the other, and then I still have GitHub repository that still use Ant. So yes, I am old. So but Ant was kind of fun. I mean, it's similar. I mean, whatever. It's,
yeah. So I did Ant like 11 years ago.
Yeah, it's deprecated now. In new projects, there is no room for it, but still in the actually legacy projects, we have it.
Yeah, it's still there, right, Apache?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I remember Eclipse we used to build Eclipse plugins using it.
So yeah, so I think I still have it. I think,
I also
yeah,
have
I have a
experience
SDK
with
now.
Ant.
Yeah.
.NET version of Ant.
Yeah.
I think 20 years ago.
So, yeah, but that was, it was useful, I thought, so, but then of course, the advent of Maven, and then when, I still be honest, if I want to start a project from scratch, it's like, I tried to come up with a minimal POM file that, I guess somewhat worked, but, it's just so much to Maven, and to some degree, I kind of gravitated towards Gradle for a little bit too. So, but either way, I was able to adapt.
Gradle init, right? So you can probably generate POM files from Gradle automatically.
Oh, okay, yeah. What I like about IntelliJ here, there is a POM file, and I think it's already. But if you change the POM file, you can actually click on something comes up here, and you can just automatically change it, and it incorporates the new changes and stuff. But yeah, it's interesting. I didn't realize there was something with which you could convert one to the other.
So Gradle has something called init. So if it sees a POM, I think if it sees a POM file in the repository, it will generate a Gradle file automatically.
Oh, okay. We'll have to play with that later. Let's see. So where was I here? We can close out ant, of course, right? So, all right. All right. So what if you guys are all done with that? Then what you do is then of course we ran our right MVN clean package. So you should have a target folder. So you can do java-jar, right? Target, and then it's Helidon quick start. Yep, Helidon quick start jar. Oh, I know why. Because let me see, java-v version. Yep, 11. So it's, I got to change that at some point. 17. 17. Yeah. So, all right, good. So now we're there. So now it should run. So yeah, so this is somebody was asking about using JDK 11. And we can create this with say 2.0, for example, and you can use Java 11 for, So yeah, now that we've got JDK 17 running. Oh, it says the WIRP server is already up, right? So in the slides, I have a few of the URLs here, or the endpoints that are created.
Yeah,
So here's the original one, right? So it says hello world, right? Or you can say, all right, I don't know if Sebastian's still on the line here, but Sebastian Bach, who's part of Microstream, you can do that, or you can put anybody's name. You can put Amir, right? Right? Nope, I had that right. So so that's oh, and then built in here. Now I didn't do anything with this, right? So then you have metrics. You have your metrics. You have your health. Of course, we should all have our health, right? But yeah, so this one looks like it's a little bit customizable here. You got something for disk space and heap memory and stuff like that, which, when you think about it, having enough memory is, pretty significant to run your application. So anyway, yeah, so then you can do, so you can actually change the greeting from hello to either hola or to guten Tag, as you see in here, right? So the fact that I'm German too, and so you could do this. Oh, okay. Yeah, let's run that on the command line here. So and let's start another shell. Finally. Okay. All right, so it didn't do anything because it changed the greeting in the background, right? So now if I do curl -x get, which I don't think you have to do every time, so localhost 8080/greet/Mike, and you get hola Mike, right? Okay, so you can do that, just via the curl command, change that. And you can say guten Tag here. So there you go. And there you have it right there. So it's it's a cute little thing you can do. We can take a look at the source code as well. So we changed all that. We did that, right? Okay, so yeah, let's take a look. Probably have it open somewhere. Close project. Okay. Okay, so here it is. Now you get a lot more in here, and it's I think it tends to be a little complicated, but come on. There it goes. All right, let's look at the.
Yeah, this is the question I was asking.
Yeah.
You see, it generates 3 Docker files. One is a JLink file, one is a native file, and one is a standard Docker file.
Oh, okay. All right. So yeah, see, I guess I wasn't familiar with this.
Yes, and I can understand the first Docker file. What
Okay.
is the link? I think .native is for Graal VMs or something related,
Right, that makes sense. Yes.
right? The standard Docker file is for like running it on a standard VM with JDK installed,
Right.
and I don't know what Glink is. So
Yeah. Oh, Eclipse link. As a matter of fact, there was a version, like a release candidate or a milestone release of Eclipse link. So that's what that is, the J-link right there. Yeah.
but
Yeah,
I haven't worked with the native file. So yeah. Okay.
Okay, so that's probably okay. Thanks for catching that. Yeah, I didn't really pay attention to those, but the early versions of these quick starts, didn't have all this stuff.
Yeah.
We can try one. We're gonna have time for sure. I know that. So this uses an application YAML file. There are people who hate YAML files. I don't mind them too much, but when they get complicated, they get a little bit too nuts to try to get them correct, because of the indentation and stuff. But,
yes, there is like if you are a JSON fan, right?
So
it's good. It's good. I like YAML files.
You do. I mean,
yeah.
I'm not knocking it. I'm just saying that I know people who are like, dead set against it. They hate it with a passion, the whole thing. And my experience, it was actually a Helidon technical article I wrote right before 2.0 came. It was part of my microservices series, and trying to get that security part done correctly, with a YAML file was very challenging.
Actually, I've tried to experiment a bit of JWT, right, with YAMLs, and I never got them correct because of something or the other.
Yeah, it's the indentation is tricky, and trying to have subsets. I mean, this is just one, one nest, right?
This is
once you start nesting more, then it starts getting a little bit hairy.
I think, can you use standard JSON files as instead of, let's say I have an application.config.json instead of application.yaml? Does they
That's I haven't seen that. It doesn't mean it's out there, of course, because I showed you the microprofile -config properties file, which could be an application.properties file, for example. And I don't know if you can change this and make it a whatever, but there so you're saying that instead of YAML you have an actual JSON format.
At least JSON is readable and executable. Right,
yeah. That's a good question. I don't know if I've ever seen as input as a configuration file in JSON format. Interesting.
I mean, I don't know, because they're doing Java, they might not do a native JSON parser or something like that, but
yeah. So let me see, GitHub. I just wanted to show you real quick while I'm thinking about it, because I'll probably forget in 5 minutes. I think it's my what is that, the security one?
I think I've over the Helidon movies example. So
I'd have to go back. I'll wait till the end. I'll wait till the end to do that rather than okay, so we're looking at the application, right? Okay. So there's some testing here and stuff like that, but that's the normal standard tests. So yeah, in your main application, it's interesting. It doesn't like the web server, but it compiled anyway. So it could be, let's see if we read the Maven reload. See if it likes that, but it does compile. It's all right. So it's a lot different. So it's using a start server method here, which I don't think had it in sort of the early versions here, but oh, there we go. It's now it cleaned up. All right, good. So there's a, I guess, something for logging configuration, right? There's a, so this is the config, and this is, I think it's the MicroProfile one. I'll tell you in a second. Ah, no, it's log config. Oh no, okay, it's Helidon's config. Okay, that's fine. Right, so you create a, you create a new configuration, and then you create a new web server. And we'll do a lot of this tomorrow and talk about routing and all this other stuff. But it says here get config, config.get server, and that corresponds to right here, right? So it'll get the port number and the host itself. And then it says server.start, right? So once we create that. So, all right. And I think this is all part of reactive. There's, there's these completable futures, and because this is a reactive web server, which I didn't mention yet, but
this is the actual tricky stuff.
Yeah. So yes, so if these are some of the things that you see in the output here.
Yeah.
Server is up, et cetera, right? And then I guess when we shut down, it'll display that. So, and then of course some exception handling here. So, okay. And that's the routing and stuff like that. We'll get into that. I will say here's an add live. Here's a health support builder, add liveness. So so these were not didn't exist in the earlier versions of that. And just to make sure I'm not totally crazy, but we'll try that. We'll try it with an earlier version, see if it allows it. Yeah. So. There's a greet service class that implements service, okay, which is probably Helidon's service, right? Yep, Helidon web server service.
Can you just go up, please?
Yeah, it's right here.
No, yeah. So I have been so far in 2.5.0 using Java X.json. What's the difference between the Jakarta JSON, or have they just named these line 9 to 12?
Yeah, this has to do because it's version 3, and because of the Jakarta name. So you said you were using Java X?
Yes, I have not used anything with this Jakarta.json. I've been using Java X.json throughout. Yeah,
so I think because before 3.0, you were still using Jakarta EE 8, I believe, in the 2.x release train. So it will have the Java X in there.
That makes sense.
Yeah, actually, I mean, if you don't mind, we can do, we can actually try that. Why don't we experiment,
I can send you some code. Just give me a second.
Yeah, but just for everybody else's benefit, I think it might be cool to actually try that. And
for you certainly.
Because I mean, because 3.0, is relatively new, only 2 months, right? And again, it was the minimal JDK 17 and Jakarta EE 9.1, and so I think 2.0 was 8. So let's do this.
Just give me a second.
Let's blow away this one. Okay, they shouldn't have it there. Okay. And let's get, didn't like that because yeah. Sorry about that. Let's see. Hopefully I can edit without this going to put on me. Let's try let's do 2.0 first and see what happens. Okay, so of course it's downloading everything else relative to that. Okay, so.
Yeah, so I tried something very similar to this. I'll probably ping you the code. If this compiles, we have to. Just give me a second. Hopefully this works.
Okay, so for 2.0, I'll look at your link in a minute here, but for 2.0, yeah, so it is different. Why is that not resolving? Oh, okay, I see it now. There we go. All right, so it is different. The greet server, oh, main, let's go to main first, actually. All right, so 2.0, a little bit, you can see it's a little bit different here. Well, take that back, not quite. But if I tried to run this and I'm on JDK 17, it probably won't run, right? So 17, if I go MVN clean compile, it should complain. Or package. Oh, maybe it's just backwards compatible. Let's see. Oh, making a lot of tests. All right, no, it did run. It did run, even though I got JDK 17 running. So, but that's the runtime. That's versus the compile. So. Oh, okay, it's running. All right. That's 2.0. Let's see what we do have. Oh, this is okay. This is oh, cool. And this is to bring it, this is for configuration.
Yeah, this, I mean, you see the JSON object there, right? So this is the standard Java X.json library.
Right. Yeah.
This compiles with 2.5.0. I don't know whether it will work with 3.0.
In 3, yeah, right. Okay.
So that is one thing that I found out straight off after looking at your project. I need to look into that.
Okay, yeah. That was a JSON builder factory, create builder factory. It's probably for the output, I guess. Yeah. There's some rules. Okay. Okay, but you get an idea on how this works. I have a Helidon movies. So I have a Helidon movies repo, which is around here somewhere.
Yeah, I've gone through that example. Yeah.
So I was able to build upon this one. If we take a look, look at the source, main. So you see the original greeting is still here, right?
Yeah.
You know, but then I had the main where everything is still running, right? And then it, so we start the server, right? Okay, yeah. So I should have tried an earlier version. Okay, that just starts the server. And movie not found exception. So I had this thing with movies, right? So movie repository, you know, but I added on to the original one of these quick starts. That's all I had to do, you know. So I created, just created a simple, a map, for all Quentin Tarantino movies. So I'll have to add this once, he has a new one coming out. So, but yeah, but that's the beauty of this. You can, even just something as simple as this, we can probably get rid of the other stuff, but this is a good launching pad, for Helidon, doing it this way. All right. So this is all good stuff. This is great. I mean, we have a smaller group here and it's good interaction and, you can, crack a few jokes and, pick on the old man a little bit, right? That kind of thing. So yeah. All right, we'll quiet that down before it even goes to that. So, let's see. So I was article series, electrical panel. I wanted to see where I had my security. So this is the article series I put together. It's about 1.5 years old. I had trouble finding people to write, so I don't, I had to do one of my own. So this was with Helidon, but it was version 1.4, and let's see. Here's configuration.
Yeah,
So
I tried to compile your movies example earlier, like 6 months ago.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I tried to compile your movies example like 6 months ago.
Oh, you did? Oh, well, thank you. Yeah. And so, did it work? So,
I think I read the security part of it. That is what I was saying, right?
oh, okay, good.
My part and then moved over to JWT because I think that is what is recommended.
Yeah. So here is what I did for the security part of this news piece here, or technical article, I should say. And this is where I had a lot of trouble. And I don't know if it was in here that I had the most trouble, but you can see the extra nesting in this particular case, right? So yeah, this was very difficult, but I managed. So anyway, yeah, so this is some of the stuff we'll talk a little bit about tomorrow. So the security component and the whole thing. So yeah. Oh, maybe it was this too, having the path to get similar to a class path, right? Just getting your way to the users in this case. So these are position numbers and all that. So that was the learning experience for me on that. So yeah, so we'll have fun with this tomorrow. So yeah, and this is where I did a lot of that, getting the users, configuration, and configuration, of course, was for that YAML file and all that. And then for this, Ben here is Ben Evans, who was the previous Java Q lead before I took over 1 year ago, and so all that good stuff. So, but I just wanted to find that to show how complex these things can get. So we'll leave that up for now. So,
and if you don't get it right after 2 or 3 times, right, it sort of starts like, it's like people will sort of get irritated and leave. So if you so that is my common experience with security. Most of security is more about configuration than you're actually dealing with security in your applications.
Yeah, and there's there's the difference between authentication, authorization, so me, I can authenticate to get to a resource, but am I authorized to use it afterwards? So so it's very important, but I have to shake my head sometimes at big companies that have the financial resources to implement security a lot better so they don't get hacked. And from my own experience, of course, ExxonMobil has, huge financial resources. We're constantly getting mock phishing emails. And if you click on suspicious email, and if it's one of theirs, it'll say, congratulations, you identified it. And then every year we have a cybersecurity, computer-based training that we have to complete. And if you don't complete it, your internet access gets taken away. So the company is very serious, but that's company like ExxonMobil. But your smaller companies obviously may not have those same kinds of resources. So it's interesting to try to to get security right, so nobody gets hacked, right? Okay, so we left off here. I think we finished up with that, right? Command line interface came out 2 years ago with Helidon 2.0. It has a developer loop. And that too, just like the native image in Graal VM, is a separate executable that needs to be, installed. but it is available for all three major platforms here: Linux, Mac OS, and Windows, and a separate download, which I think I just realized it's repeated myself there. But all right, so again, we've got to start another exercise. Depending on where you are, and it's interestingly, this morning, I thought I had it installed on my Mac here. It turns out that I had it installed on my second development laptop at work for a special project. And so I just went and followed this, and it worked well for, so it was good to see that these things actually work. So I've already installed that. It's interesting. I've gotten a little bit into PowerShell, since we do have a Windows environment for the most part. My regular laptop at work is Windows 10, and my development laptop is the same, except I installed the what is it, the Linux subsystem, I think, for Windows, something like this. And so, but PowerShell is interesting. It's just the environmental variables are different. So let me know when you guys are ready. I've done that.
Can you ping me the Linux thing on the console, please? On the chat.
Can which one do you want? The Mac OS, Linux? Which one?
Mac OS.
Huh?
Me Mac OS.
I'm sorry.
Mac.
Oh, the Mac. Okay. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. No, it was. Oh, hold on.
Thank you.
Yep. Yeah, I guess that's something I need to work on for. So to make these a little bit easier to do. What did I just do? I didn't copy. Oh yeah, I did. Oh, geez. All right, hold on.
Yeah, I still use an old stupid Windows machine. So
yeah, I hope. Well, I don't know. Yeah, I've been a big fan of Mac for a long time. So. Okay, there we go. Yeah. Okay. How we all doing there?
Fate for me.
Everybody's all set? Yeah. Okay. So
Yeah.
if you do space Helidon, you should see it. Especially if the bin folder's in your path, right? All right. So if you're done there, let's walk through this. Basically, you start off. Let's close all this out. Let's leave that there. Let's clean things up here a little bit. Okay. So let's actually put it. I forget if it puts it somewhere. I know I tried this. All right, let's try that. So Helidon init is the way you get started in the command line. And it's interactive. You can choose defaults if you'd like in this case. All right, so we'll choose the default. It's a bit bigger. All right, and then here, as I mentioned before, I called it a programming model, and they call it a flavor. So you can choose SE or MP, and so we'll choose one. And as you'll see later on, I didn't have a chance to experiment with it. We can go back to the quick start if you'd like, but I think we'll play with the examples on the starter page. So we'll do the quick start in this case. And on your own time, you can experiment with the others. But and then here is choose a JSON library. So for grins, let's choose Jackson on that one. And then here's the I don't know why it has this me dot MP Redlich 01 whatever, but that's fine. We'll just choose that. You can type in whatever you'd like here, artifact ID and 1.0, and then the package name. So. And then we'll start a development loop. Yes, I think this is for starting. And I think it should have JDK 17. Okay. Yeah, so I think for all intents and purposes, this really recreated what we just went over in that. Now, I don't know what's the folder we're in. Let's see. I think I was in apps. Okay, that was, oh, okay. Oh, it was called quick. Okay, here it is, September 6th, quick start SE, or not Helidon, quick start SE. Okay, that's fine. So, okay, you see all that in there. So, do you see this is running now, right? The web, and you'll see very familiar. You'll see the web server is up and all that. And I believe it's going to give you the same stuff, right? Of course, it always wants to know if I should trust it. New window. I forgot to ask what everybody's favorite IDE is here. If anybody has a preference. No.
So I shifted from Eclipse to IDEA after joining Oracle. Earlier, I used to do everything in Eclipse, but it's like Eclipse is slowly losing the grace it used to have, like 10, 15.
Oh, an Eclipse? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I used Eclipse a long time ago. Yeah, it was nice for what it was at the time. I know it's evolved. I know they're maintaining it and all that. And then, of course, VS Code. I've seen some demos with folks about VS Code. That looks kind of nice, So,
actually, IDEA is coming out with a competitor for VS Code. It's called Fleet, right? That might be a thing to watch out for. But yeah.
Yeah, and what's the other one? Netbeans. James Gosling, who's obviously the father of Java, he's a big fan of Netbeans. So I think he's tweeted about it, so it's kind of interesting to see. I think we're going to see very similar things here in this, right? So this is 3.0. Now, of course, we could try and do, yeah, this is very similar here, right? So we'll get the same thing, and but let's just for grins, let's try something else. Let's kill that.
Sorry, I have a question. Is there any room to use Java 11 instead of Java 17?
Oh yeah, we can if we use an earlier version. So let's try that. As a matter of fact, so let's do Helidon and Knit. Let's do 1.4. How's that?
Okay, yeah.
Just so we know. Oh, not found. So
2.4.2 is what I used with 11. That's compatible.
What is it? 1.2.4.2. 2.4. Yeah, I don't know if that still uses Java 11. I guess it does, right?
It does. It does. I work a lot with 2.4.2. It uses
Okay. Oh, so it likes that one. Okay, so here's that one. So here, so now here we can some different options. And I had a funny feeling this was the case, right? So you can select, from Helidon SE, you can select different ones here. Quick start, database, and a bare one. Let's do the database one just for grin here. All right, project name database SE. Okay, same. Okay. Now it might complain because it needs Java 11 instead of 17, because I still think I have.
I'm installing Java 11. Yeah.
Dash version. Well, it's not complaining, not yet, at least. Oh, it's using a Pokemon. Oh, that's right. Yeah. I remember they use it as a Pokemon application. Yeah. I gotta contribute a beer application. A real, which I have. I'm a huge fan of craft beer. I always, whenever my wife and I travel, we always, try the latest stuff. But it seems to be. Oh no, it does say 11 here. Okay, so maybe we're okay. All right. So
the project, the database project, you can change the version of the project to 11 and then compile it. Yeah, that might.
Oh, then okay. Database. There it is. LS. Okay, so we ran that already, so then we can do dot. Nope.
I think the version of the Java is already mentioned in the parent POM files.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I checked it. I checked the POM XML and then.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's right. Yeah. I didn't think of that. Yeah.
Then
I inadvertently put this in the same window, but that's all right.
Yeah.
These are all going to get blown away anyway afterwards. Source. Java. Okay. So yeah, so you see a whole different set of class files here, right? And I bet you let's see, application YAML. So now you have more stuff for the database itself to define that it's an H2 database, right?
Mm-hmm.
So now, but you can easily adapt to a MongoDB or any other like a regular relational database like MySQL or things like that.
Hold on, I can probably think they have a lot of examples in that. Just give me a second. Yeah.
So there's a lot of examples, and I'm sorry, I didn't catch the rest of that.
So I just pinged you.
It's
somehow weird. Why insert queries are inside application?
Yes. Yeah, I was just gonna mention that. I noticed this a couple days ago when I was playing around with this. Oh, okay.
So if you go there, you can find in all the examples along with the connectors for Helidon.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm gonna have to screenshot all this stuff here. So since we have everything right, that's good. Yeah. But yeah, I thought that was interesting as well, and I did poke around with this the other day, I believe. So yeah, I thought this was interesting to be able to generate or write your own SQL statements and then use them. And I think that's kind of cool because it just sort of extends the normal, use of these things. And I guess, let's see, we'll start with main, right?
I think it would be an initialize DB, the class file for initialize DB.
I'm sorry, Amir.
There is a class file, another class file, initialize DB. Here.
Oh yeah. We can take a look at that in a minute.
Yeah.
So it's got the logging. So throw a new. Okay, so it's a it throws that just in case there's an issue. Oh, init schema, init data. I think they're down here. Yeah, this was new to me too. So, but I did take a look at this. Yeah, so it does call these, right? Because they're static. That's why I guess they're like that, right? Init schema,
Yeah.
init data. And there's a DB client dot execute. Oh yeah, so here's the create types.
And
So yeah, it's kind of interesting seeing this in this sort of this chain or chain set of methods.
this is standard RX stuff.
Yeah, it
because-
could be right.
And this is how they write code everywhere. They will not write a single imperative statement, right? And if you are able to write either Project Reactor or RX, right, or any one of the reactive libraries, you should be able to, but that's what our initial question was, right? If you can get the flow right for the whole Helidon, for the calls and the DB, but when you're actually supposed to write the code on clients, right, this sort of becomes sort of tricky because there are not a lot of tunes on how we should write reactive code.
So yeah, so you're saying that this is very generic to use regardless of which one, right?
This is standard Helidon, right?
Yeah.
But any reactive library will write code like this, right? You use RX,
Okay.
right? You use Project Reactor. I have not used a lot of Akka, but yeah, they will all be using flat maps. They will all be having singles or multis, and then they will all try to chain everything up. There will not be a lot of variable declarations and everything like one single line of state. This is like just one line and it'll do everything.
Yes, yeah, it's just formatted for readability, right? Yeah.
Yes.
But yeah, so I guess the terminating method is a wait, right?
Yeah.
But that's sort of yeah, I guess it would suggest reactive because it's almost like as if, and I don't know for sure. I'm just guessing, right?
A wait is a blocking call. You can also use a get here. But
Yeah, in the web flux.
Oh,
we have
here, yeah.
block. Yeah, in the web flux we have block. Instead of block here is wait. Yeah.
So here's a to completable future, right? So yeah, that's I know that's reactive, right? That's okay. So yeah, so this is init type. So this is where all this is defined. So it's kind of neat that it's doing it this way. Yeah. Init the Pokemons. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, my essential, I'll probably explain something which I found on Vertex, but I'll probably put it here. Just give me a second. This is something that I found, right? I just put that in the chat here. So this is a repo. If you open it up, please.
Okay, sure.
Right. So this is a repo where you can learn Vertex by example. This is terrific, right? And it'll go concept by concept by concept, right? And you can, from every concept, primarily in Vertex is covered, right? If they can come out with something very similar for Helidon, right? So they will come, and everything that you can do is covered in this, but this is for Vertex. It's not for Helidon, right? If probably somebody from source or somebody can come out with an open example or a repo like this, it will be really, really helpful.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, this is kind of cool. Yeah, I haven't had a chance to really work with Vertex. I think I was at a conference about 5 years ago and somebody had a Vertex course. I sat in there and so it is the exercise and solution. Oh, this is nice. Yeah.
And I like on the current assignment on which I'm working, I'm supposed to port like 15 microservices from Vertex to Helidon.
Okay, cool. And then solution. Okay, and then this word then, yeah. Oh, okay, yeah, neat. Oh yeah, here's the request, right? Yeah.
And everything. So from a very basic HTTP handler, you might go to develop a favorite Vertex application concept per concept.
Oh, neat. Yeah, Vertex is still around. They know they had a version 4.3.3 or 4.3.4 out recently. So
Vertex is like I think it is far more faster still than what Helidon is, because but Yeah, I write but it's just like there are different styles of writing the same thing.
Right, right. Yeah, just, I don't know if you guys know, I write a weekly news roundup that usually, it generally comes out on Mondays. Every once in a while it's a Tuesday, but these are a collection of short, smaller news stories, that, normally wouldn't be a full-blown news piece. So, Vertex 4.3.3, you wouldn't necessarily write about a whole news piece on that unless Vertex 5 comes out, right?
Yeah.
So that's I do if you look at my bookmarks, so I peruse all these. I peruse all these blogs and GitHub things, and oh, okay, this is so I especially keep track of the build tools here on for Graal VM, for example, if it ever gets there. It's not going there. Why is that?
Vertex 3 to 4 was a big move.
Yeah, here's the one I follow. Yeah, oh, there it goes. All right. Yeah, 4.3.3. Yeah, that came out beginning of last month. Yeah.
Yep.
So, yeah. So anyway, that's what I do. That's why I'm very familiar with a lot of these things here. So, this is all good stuff. I like the discussion here. So, it's all about it's all about learning from each other. Because everybody's got their, so I might know things that other people don't and vice versa. And that's, that's what it's all about, to learn together. And, it's not a competition. It's just a way of working together. Right. So,
Yeah.
So yeah, so here's a Pokemon class that's, essentially a Pojo. All right. A mapper provider. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go back and refamiliarize with a lot of these things I did in my movies application. So there's a service.
This is
What this has to do for routing, right?
Yeah.
List the types. So again, these are just all generated for you, but.
And if you really want to know how this works, just go through the unit test cases in test. So they have also done unit test cases in test.
Oh, the tab. Let's see.
Yeah. So.
Oh, main test. Yeah, that's only one that's there. So.
Yeah. So.
Oh yeah. So start the server, right? Yeah. Start, and then it should tear it down at some point, right?
Yeah. After.
Oh, after, right? After shutdown. Yeah. To completable future. Yep.
Yeah. And these are
Stop
the
servers. Oh, test the Pokemon types. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is all good. All good testing methods, right?
Yeah.
As everyone should do.
Yeah.
Ah, neat.
What is the underground application server?
Which one?
Application
Oh, that's
what's the underground?
So what's the underlying application server? It's Helidon.
Application Tomcat.
Oh,
No, it's Netty. Everything it's built on top of Netty. There is no application.
Oh.
Yep. So yeah, it's all good stuff. Here's what's the YAML file look like. Oh, look at, oh yeah, that's why we looked at this already. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, this is kind of neat. I think this is something to might look into and develop my own stuff here. But I have a JNoSQL Beers application, which we can look at the end. It's not using Helidon. It's well, Jakarta NoSQL, of course, and using MongoDB. So it's kind of fun. Let's see. All right, so close out some of this stuff here. I'll leave some of the stuff open, I guess, too, in case we need to. Okay, that we can close. All right, so we did that, right? So Okay, Helidon on it. All right. So project starter. This, really new, just, with the release of Helidon 3. All right. And this, when we went through the Jakarta, well, we went through the microprofile, very similar, but, I can show you the differences. It basically mimics, from what I see, the CLI, the command line interface. But it's actually a little bit more, I think, easier to use, of course, right? So we can take a look at that. So, so we can go to, before we go there, you'll select your programming model, right? The same thing. We can do custom in this case, and you can see the differences here. The media support, the same 3 options, and then you can, choose your own group ID, artifact ID, and so on. And then you click on download, and it'll be the same thing from there. So why don't we go ahead and do that? Do you want me to put this in the chat, or?
Yeah, we can do this.
Let's see. There we go. Okay, put that in there, and then I'll go there as well here. Let's get some of these, get rid of this. Okay. So yeah, he can, here you can select a little more easily now. Oh, 252. That's, they don't go back that far, do they?
Yeah,
But I chose what did I type in? 241 or something like that, right?
Yeah, 250.
Yeah. Interesting.
240 was the last stable one. I think they've come out with 252.
Yeah.
These are the
Like
two that want the streams. That's how I see it. That is why they are here.
Yeah, that's interesting. So, the same kind of thing, right? So, it has the, the different, so you got the version, right? The drop down, and then your programming model. And then you go next, and then there's, again, quick start's going to give you stuff we've already looked at 5 times. Database. Now let's do custom. So we just did database. So if we do custom and you hit next, things change. Well, this part, you can choose a multi-part if you'd like for forms, but we'll just select JSON-P. And then here for observability, it has metrics, health checks, and tracing. Oh, yeah, you can choose what's with. This reminds me, Micrometer is another metrics, framework for that. I believe after this change from open tracing to microprofile telemetry, I think there's going to be an effort to migrate over to Micrometer, or should be micrometer, I guess. But in any event, yeah. So you have your choice there to do that, and then health checks, right? So we'll have built-in health checks, and tracing. I don't think we're able to do with it. We'll see what we can do with it. I forget which one I have. Maybe for some reason I think I have Zipkin. Now see if I can fiddle with this and try to see if I can find it, right? So yeah, so here you can do that, which is kind of neat, right? And all right, well, I think I ran into trouble when I did this, so we'll skip that for now. So yeah, cross-origin resource sharing, that's it, CORS. Yeah. So let's do the client, fault tolerance, and CORS. Not CORS, that's the beer. But, let's do Docker support, so you can see what's there. Oh, see, here you got Graal VM. Let's see what that, look at that, you got JLink as well. Okay, and database support, yeah, sure, why not? So, oh, this is kind of cool. So let's do H2 for simplicity. So I don't have to start my MongoDB daemon, but yeah. And then here we can choose, whatever you'd like to put in there, and then just click on download and see what we get. myproject.zip. Okay. All right, then from there. All right. Okay. Oh, okay, DIR, project. Oh, let's do 2. that works. So I may have one of it. So, all right. Oh, my SQL connector. That's okay. What did I do too? Where the heck is it? Uh-oh. Oh, I put it in my project. So, all right. There we go. Oh, what did I do?
You should unzip it.
Yeah, no, let's see. All right, I'm getting a little bit. I've been up since 3:30 this morning, so, so all right. So let's see. MV, my project,
No,
project slash my project zip, right?
you removed it.
Hold on a second. Yeah. All right.
You
Where
should
is it?
download it again.
It should be under my project, right? No, no directory. Yeah. Okay. What the heck did I do?
At the first step, you renamed it to something without .zip, then remove it.
Is that what I did?
Yeah, you should download it again, I think.
Oh, I meant to put it into. Oh, to find that right. Okay. So it should be. All right. Let's just re-download it and be.
Yeah, it's better to download it again.
All right. Good.
Yeah, here we go.
All right. Let's do this correct now.
Yeah.
So MV, my project.
One directory.
Oh wait, hold on. I got to go one up. Right. So. And then yeah. Oh, okay. Slash my project 2.
Not slash, dot slash. Sorry. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
All right. There we go. All
Yeah.
right.
There we go.
Thank you.
No problem.
All right. So there we go. So we got all this here, right? So.
Yeah.
All right. So let's just now we can run my project zip. All right. Good. All right. All right, so same thing, right? And let's just open that up. New one. And of course, it has, same thing, right? The build and run, exercise the application. So I haven't tried this one yet, so I'll keep that open. Resources. See if it has very similar things as it did last time. So, okay, so database, right? That's easy enough. Statements. All right, so it's got, so it creates another Pokemon again. Pokemon database. Here's the greeting. Here's the original, from the quick starts, right? Main. So probably very similar, but I thought we added some other stuff. All right, well, let's run this actually. Let's see what it does. So, what is it? Package? Yeah, yeah. Okay. Oh, maybe what the name of the file is.
You can write /star.char. /star.char.
Oh, start.
No. Wildcard.
Right.
I mean, wildcard. Let me write it here.
Okay. Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
Oh, the .jar file. Yeah, but which one is it though?
There's no matter.
Oh, you can do star.jar?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, but to start everything.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
There is one jar file there.
Oh, I forgot to see.
Nothing there. Target.
Yeah, I know. I forgot the T there. Yeah. So there it is. Okay, so it's running now. Okay.
Yeah.
So what else is there to do with this? Let's see. It says exercise the application. All right, so there's a couple different things you can do, and we've done this already, right? We did the curl command. It's a simple greet instead of greet, but it's, as you can see, it puts out the same message. All right, we've done that already. The metrics, right? You know, so on. Oh, so this is the way you can actually, you know, use the curl command to output the metrics in JSON format. So, you know, using the -h switch, accept, application JSON, and so on. And the same thing with health. Let's see if it's only, oh, here's building a native image. I know that was one thing we were going to do. I think that was the last thing we were going to do today, after this, I think. So we can build one of these with that.
Yeah.
So
Yep.
if we look at, okay, so it's got a few things there. Yeah, it's got, okay, so that's cool. Yeah, so you can see, we've seen different things. We even seen, you know, here's one for deadlock, you know, this space, you know, the status is up, you know, that kind of thing. So, yeah. So it is a little bit different, yeah. So, and I think Pokemon is the, yeah. So, you know, I recognize some of these from when my kids were actually smaller, Squirtle, and, you know, so, you know, Pokemon wasn't around when I was young, so, yeah.
I'm used to the Disney ones.
What's that?
I'm used to the Disney ones.
So, yeah, I know, I know my son, I know, was a big fan, and, you know, but yeah, things were different in our day. So, let's see, what else can we do? We got health, we got metrics. All right, so that's, yeah, the same old stuff there. Let me show the curl command here. Let's see, where is that? See what that looks like here. Okay. Yeah, it's not formatted nice though, but it is in you know, it is in JSON format for sure.
You have JQ installed?
Which one?
Okay, that's fine. If I have to read the JSON on the command line, I just use pipe JQ with the command, but that's fine.
Yeah, I do have the formatter in the browser, but nothing, you know, so.
Yeah, that's okay.
So this is probably the same as we saw earlier, initialize DB, right?
I don't think so there is any change here.
It, pretty much the same, yeah, you know, because we told it to do a database. I thought it might do something different. Pokemon type, okay, yeah, so this is a Pojo, right? You know, Pokemon service again, you know.
Okay, when we want to move on to the production environment, is there any possibility to ignore the initDB section or initialize DB with some specific data set?
Yeah, so you said to share the data set?
I mean, this is Pokemon, and it's somehow that it contains development data for development. And if we want to initDB with a special one and the different one, or not init anything at the startup, how we can do?
I think I can try to answer that question, right? These are all configuration files, right?
Mhm.
And you can have different configuration files for different environments, right? You don't need to restart the server every time, right? Because when you try to initialize config files, you can, hold on, I can probably give you an example. I've tried to do this. You can change config files on the fly, right? And the server keeps monitoring them.
I don't think so. It works on the fly. You should reset it. But for example, in Liquibase or Flyway, we have separated things for production, I don't know, for development and test environments. And based on that, we have chosen one of them, and it applies to the proper environment. I just want to curious about the this framework. Yeah, thank you for your answer.
Yeah,
Okay,
no, thank you. Yeah. So, all right. So yeah, this is a web client main. Okay, so we're gonna talk about the client part here more so tomorrow. So this sort of a preview. Web client is an interface. So there's a builder for it, and basically you just chain link, chain up your methods and all that. All right. Yeah, mapper provider. So, there's a lot of these things here, and, you can take a look at what everything does. Again, these are great resources to, get started and adapt. And I think I mentioned my Helidon movies was, based on that. So, I think this is a great, tool. They all are really. I mean, whether it's Helidon or Quarkus and there's been more of a shift to provide these kinds of utilities to help people going, and and that's a good thing. And so it basically promotes their product and also helps you, and so hopefully that product will be chosen over another, right? So yeah. All right. So let's see, where were we here? Okay. All right. So I think the last thing we're going to do today is, convert Helidon to. Oh yeah. I missed a couple slides there. So yeah, but that's just we can just take an existing application here. All right. There might be. Let's see. I'm drawing a bit of a blank. You know what? For some reason, I am drawing a blank on creating to a native image, unless I had it here. You can do it on the command line, and you have to bear with me a minute if you don't mind.
Okay.
Hopefully, I put it in here. Of course not. All right. Yeah, you know what? For some reason, I just I am drawing a blank on that, and I should have practiced that. It might be, I think it's on the command line. I think it's something native image. And
there is already Docker file there. We can run build the Docker file based on Docker file.
but what kind of file?
Docker build
Oh,
docs.
Docker. Okay.
Yeah, Docker command with Docker command.
Yeah. I
Because
could have
we
sworn
already
there was something to use Maven. Oh, I think there was a native image plugin. That's
fabricate,
the only thing. So if I did
fabricate.
yeah, hold on a second. Which native image? So maybe that's why I'm confused. All right, so native image is there. So what was the name of it?
Home.
My project.jar. Okay. Let's see what happens. But I think there was a plugin, and that was the source of my confusion too. But oh yeah, it's going. Okay, good. All right. Sorry about that. It was just oh wait, didn't like that. Oh. Fine, be that way.
A main entrance of that.
Oh, didn't like that either.
And no, the main entry point should be mentioned inside manifest file. I think we miss manifest.
Oh, yeah.
If you go to the idea, we can.
I know. If we go to, okay, I was going to say let's go to the quick start. It might be able to do it in there.
Yeah.
Like look in a POM file, you can say. Oops, that's reading.
Yeah, also here.
Yeah, it's not in there. Perhaps
Main class or main class, maybe.
Yeah, it's
with the name of main class.
Yeah, I don't think that's. Let me see something here. Let me see even the quick start. Let's see the POM file. MicroProfile native, but
that's the main class. A main
yeah.
IO. I think we already missed it. If you go to the home file.
Yeah, I think this is it right here, right? Native package, P native image,
I think he's talking about the main class tag in the POM file.
Yeah.
It's not to be specified.
Oh, for heaven's sakes, just all right. I thought maybe, let me try this. Let me go to nope. Oh, that should be fine. There was a way to initiate it from, I think, Maven. And yeah. Oh. Let's see what else was there.
It's somehow weird because we already run the jar file with java-share. Okay, if the main class was missing, we couldn't run the jar file.
Well, right, yeah, it's I
it's
see what you're saying.
somehow
Right.
weird or somehow missing of the permission, it's good to run the codes with sudo command, maybe.
That's true. Yeah. I mean, well, see, here's this is actually a blast from the past. This is from 3 years ago. So, Helidon supports. So introduces a Maven goal for GraalVM native image utility and Docker files. Okay, export MVM. Oh, there it is. MVM package P native image. That's what I was looking for.
Yeah, I know.
But I think it has to have a. Let's see if it's in. Let's see if it actually works. And this is going to take a good 5 minutes to do. Yeah, there it goes.
Yeah.
I knew there was something there. That's running the test. I guess we can always skip that. But that's fine. Now this is gonna, as you'll see, if anybody hasn't done this yet, like I said, this is gonna take a good 5 minutes. You're gonna see a lot of these info debugging or logging for different things, right? How long it took and all that. So. Like I said, this is going to take a while. So it's raining here in Flemington, New Jersey, which but we need the rain. It's been pretty dry. My neighbor to the left of me, we came back from vacation a couple of weeks ago, and I saw he had dug a little bit of a trough from his backyard gate to the street, and that was his attempt to come out, have the water run, away from the house, because he had some issues with water in his house. So, and then yesterday I saw him outside behind the fence, and he was trying to channel that water going through. So I was looking during one of the breaks, and so yeah, it looks like the water's collecting there. So I guess you created a little bit of a, sort of a drainage, ditch. I said you ought to take some time to, do some pavers and, do it real nice. Yeah, so that would be costly. So I give him a lot of credit, but he is like 20 years younger than I am. So you wouldn't see me out there doing that anymore. But yeah, like I said, this takes a while, right?
Okay.
But what we're going to have is really executable, and then it'll just start real lightning fast.
Nice.
So is everybody at work today, or at home, or working from home, or
Working from home?
working from home?
I am in the office. I'm in the office.
Okay.
I'm working.
I have to go in a little later. Probably going to go in by say noon my time. And then work till 4, I guess, my time. So then I'll repeat the same thing tomorrow. So there we go. All right. Say hello. It took just under 3 minutes. All right, that's not bad. That's not bad. So what we're going to have is. So you see right here, and see how big this is? So, yeah, just so that's part of the trade-off, right? But you're gonna have here, so if we do Helidon, boom, and that's pretty quick. Oh, do I want? Yes, okay, yes, allow. Yeah, so that's pretty much it on how to do that. And but there's got to be a way. And I think this was the only way I've used native image, but there's got to be a way to actually use the utility itself, but it's probably not the jar file like one of you guys mentioned. So, and then everything's the same, right, from that by exercising the application itself.
Fast.
Yeah, right. I mean, it's really cool. And again, it should be interesting to see how Project Layden, evolves and I think I forget. Oh, I sent you. Let's see. Karsten, he's the one who did the native image piece. I can send you a link to that. Yeah, by the way, he did a nice Q&A with James Ward that just was authored, just was released like a week ago or so. Project Layton, there we go. So this came out at the end of June, right? So this kind of gives you a little bit of the background and how certain people, you know, what their position on all this is. Like, so like Spring Boot, you know. So who was that there? Oh, Jürgen Heller. And then, oh, Jason Green, right? From Red Hat. You know, so you can read this, you know, you can read this on your own. So it's interesting, you know, where all that stands and where that's all going to go. But it's going to take a couple of years, though, I think, you know. So I wouldn't look for it in JDK 20 next March, you know. So, you know, which, by the way, I think they got like early access. There's 12 or 13 builds already on that. I don't think anything, by the way, has been JDK 20. Oops. Early access. No features have been defined yet. So, nope, nothing yet. Okay. Yep. I usually do, you know, having, you know, following in the footsteps of Ben Evans, you know, do a sort of a preview of the upcoming and then the latest or the next one after JDK. So I have it started, you know, what we know about JDK 19 and 20. So look for that at some point, hopefully sooner rather than later. But yeah. So there have been some JEPs submitted that are kind of close to having their own JEP number, right? So if you follow along on the JDK mailing list. So, but anyway, I digress. So, okay, so we did that. I have to finish those slides up there. So let me do the summary here real quick, and then we can do some more Q&A, or you know, I think this was better actually to have this back and forth throughout the entire course here today. So so these are pretty much straightforward. Helidon is just one of many microservices, right, in the the Java framework or Java space, like Micronaut, Quarkus, and all those. Those seem to be the three popular ones. There's also, I guess, Drop Wizard, and I guess a few others. And then this is still true. Helidon is unique because it has the two programming models, right? You don't see that with the others. So, and then Helidon supports MicroProfile, Jakarta EE, Graal VM. And there are multiple ways to get started with Helidon, and then we saw all of them, and it's interesting to see that they all do the same thing, I guess, and I think that makes sense. The quick start is going to be a quick start regardless of whether you do it through the command line, the init, the Helidon CLI, or with the starter. So, but then they've added some other ones here to get you started on database access and things like that. So, and then of course, you saw how we can convert an application to native code. And this obviously, native code isn't limited to Helidon. You can do them in many, many of the other, frameworks as well. So, so it should be interesting to see how all these evolves as we go, and how Java evolves itself, and Jakarta EE. It says anybody who says that Java is dead, really, it's they've been saying that for a long time, and I find that hard to believe. One may have been able to argue that when Java EE was being stagnated in 2015 and 2016. But boy, I tell you, ever since Java EE was donated to Oracle, and they came up with Jakarta EE. I think really things exploded in that area, and just the excitement of building Java apps, especially native, especially microservices, right? Same thing with MicroProfile, and so really, I think this is a great time to be in the Java space. I personally think, having met so many people in the Java community, you have your Josh Long, Billy Carando and Oracle, and Sharat Chander, and it's all these people, Merrick Wigleski from the Chicago group. I mean, these are awesome people to get to know, and it really is. I think there's so many good people out in the Java space to to get to know and to learn, and just learn from each other. So, but anyway, yeah. So I know we're a little short from the original time, and but I look forward to tomorrow when we get deeper into Helidon SE, and so yeah, it's I'm going to get together with with the MicroStream folks, and we'll debrief on how how we can move forward with this and do these a little more often, and that kind of thing. So I don't know if there's any other questions or not. I don't have my beer picture with 4 glasses of beer, but for you guys, it's that time of the day, right? So so it's kind of early for me to indulge in that. So I'll continue having my coffee. But I really want to thank you for your time. I thank you for the discussion. I'm going to see if I can find some headphones, some new ones, and to see if I can hear a little better, because it was hard for me to hear, with the speakers on the laptop. So I apologize for that. And so yeah. And if there's nothing else, have a good rest of, well, in your case, a good rest of the night. So
thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, and we'll see you tomorrow, right? So I'll stop sharing.
Yeah. Thank you for your descriptions.
Oh, okay, thanks. This was fun. I really enjoy doing these things. So.
Yeah. Farewell. See you tomorrow.
Okay. All right. Yeah, take care. Yeah.
Take care.